like you look at the two maps that Falcons won, and you look at Kyosuke's performance, especially on Anubis on that first one, like it was lights out. You look at the grand final and Anubis when it's getting kind of close and he just gets dropped an AK and like opens up the A bomb site 2 rounds in a row. It's like those sort of rounds, it's like he's just so good at understanding the strengths of his players and putting them in positions where they can play towards their strengths, right? And I think that compared to just the sort of a character Kerrigan is and being jovial and sort of understanding that you need to take some of the pressure off of these players and make it so that they enjoy the game a little bit more and having some more fun on the server, I think that's gone a huge way into getting more out of mainly Kyosuke, but everyone on the team.
As long as the trade-off is positive, Trace. As long as there's a positive trade-off in terms of how Kyosuke is playing, how m0NESY is feeling comfortable on the server, Tessus for that matter as well, I think it's going to be just fine, but it's something to keep an eye out for the rest of the season, without a doubt.
We could talk about positives, and I would love to pick out a few over here for the, the ops, the adversary of Falcons today, but they are going to have to fight uphill. You guys saying that they're happy to be here? Yes.
Nggak jadi nge-gym atau temennya ditinggal dua-duanya. Dua-duanya.
Yeah, I think for K27, really, you're not going to remember them at this tournament, but you're going to talk about them like a year from now. And definitely a couple of players on this team, the likes of Chilkey,
dua-duanya, Bang Ber.
on that AWP, right? These are guys who are 18, 19 years old, who just sort of are bursting out onto the scene, that have great mechanical skill, that have a lot of potential, and have started to sort of put themselves on the map when it comes to even some of these tier 2, tier 1 teams.
Yeah, the foundation for potentially pulling off an upset is definitely there. You're playing Falcons, who were off to a slow start. They lost to the Thieves, in that online game, and that is what it is. And then you have a best of 1 coming in as well, and you saw what happened to Team Spirit. So it's not that we can't, create a world where it's possible for K27 to be competitive or apply a bit of pressure to Falcons, but there's no denying the fact that you're talking about a team who just won the major, and you're talking about a team who had to borrow shirts from EWC in order to have the same, outlook. So it's just 2 different worlds at the moment.
Man, I think that it took some t-shirts there for the outlook. Yeah, I heard Freya just kind of screamed, I think it was. So yeah, let's go ahead and get some insight. Maybe Freya caught up with the side of K27 before we got started.
We got Cashlid ready to take on the Falcons here at the Esports World Cup, but you've already been here for a number of days. You guys came through the open qualifier. Can you tell me a bit about that from your perspective?
That was the really tough road for us, because we played on the last day 3 BO3s in a row, and I'll say that was a good performance from us, and that was really hard open quali for everyone team, and we made it. So we are here, we're ready to play against Falcons today, and that's it.
Just one more question about the open qualifier. What would you say was the toughest matchup that you had to play in there, and why?
The toughest matchup was Fnatic, because that was the third best of 3.
Sorry dulu guys.
And we have zero emotion, zero energy to play, but our mentally just did something for us, and we had the second, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, I think that was versus Fnatic, and that's it, I guess.
Yeah, it was a crazy marathon that you guys had to go through to get here. Today, though, a bit more of a sprint. Best of 1 versus Falcons. You played them back in Astana. Can you give me a recap of what happened in that series, what you learned there?
In PGL Astana, we played very bad versus them, because that was our first tier 1 tournament, and we have a lot of pressure, and we were watching at them like on idols, no one can beat them. But now, through the days, I think that I have a lot of experience after PGL Astana, and today I'm watching at this matchup we can beat them. So we're gonna try our best, and let's watch what we can do.
Just to play devil's advocate for a second, Falcons have won a major since then. Do you think they're a different team now than when you played them in Astana?
I think yes, because on PGL Astana that was first tournament with Kerrigan.
Hello,
and now
guys.
they have played 3 months, and there are 2 high-rated players, and I don't know, they're too good at the boss and right now, but I don't know.
mean, we've already seen some upsets today. GG How taking down Spirit as well earlier on. I do want to just get to know you a little bit more, though, because if I'm correct, you're only 19 years old. Who do you look up to? Who do you kind of aspire to be like as a player?
As a player, of course, Monacy. Yeah.
Monacy.
This like when I was 15, maybe, or 16, I was watching him like he's my teacher. But now I wanna beat him and show myself that I can do it, like prove myself. And this is BO1, best of one, so everyone can beat everyone, like GG How did versus Spirit. So
truly, anything can happen. Thank you so much for your time, Cashless. Good luck.
Anything can and truly will happen here at EWC. We will have these maps, or rather map, because this is the best one. We'll have that data out in front of you in just a second. What do you take from that, Yanko, now that we know players are looking up to Monacy? How do you feel about that, guys? I know you were talking about how old we were.
Crazy. He's talking about like 3 or 4 years ago, you know, when he was 15, 16, like Monacy was 18 back then. You know, like he was just starting out in G2, but yeah.
Katanya live lagi jam 10 nggak jadi Bang Zaki.
Times are changing.
Yeah, they definitely
nggak jadi, gue tinggalin temen gue, guys.
They've changed so much that we've got another best of one.
We got another best of one, you know, and we got to figure out what map that is going to be played out. And I think the trend so far has been a lot of Mirage, you know, not only on the A stream, but also on the B stream, kind of middle in the pack map.
Hello,
you
guys.
know, in contention for these two teams as well. It's at least up there. And
Ben
right
Mirage ya, main Dust 2 berarti.
The map will be Dust 2 again. A map where Falcons are going to feel very comfortable. It's a map they really had in the pool, and Kerrigan has you know, integrated into Falcons. Hugely part of their success of the major as well. Was for K27, at the very least, you get to express yourself on that T side, and you get to dictate the tempo of the game. Whether you can make something out of that or not, well, we're about to see, but it's a map that offers opportunities.
Yeah, it's the most played map for Falcons by a large margin. I mean, they played it 17 times.
Dust 2 menarik banget,
with this lineup. But yeah, on the other hand, K27 did 13-0 Sinners on it.
So we have that.
There's a chance.
And so a 13-0. So there is a chance. Hey, this is also a chance for me to tell you all at home. Do you think
aku dapat teman mabar dari Discordmu, gelo.
That wasn't a
nice
trick
banget,
question.
Bang.
I mean, like, there's a real chance you might. But if you do think you know more than them, or even any of us, let's go ahead and get those pick'ems going. That's right. It's my time to tell you about. Go ahead and pick out who you think is going to be winning the big prize here. We're at the World Cup, the Esports World Cup at that. Counter-Strike is just one small part of this. So yes, you can go through there and you can get your pick'ems done. That'll be a little QR code down there. Gentlemen,
Ijin subs, terima kasih,
we
Bang.
know where we're going. We're going to Dust 2. Anybody want to take K27, or am I crazy?
The trend so far has been that every game has been close. Every game has been up in contention and been up for debate. I think Falcons is going to come in and make it swift and fast for the first time today.
Yeah, it feels like we had our upset of the day with the GG How win over Spirit, right? It would be a bit too crazy if it happened 2 times in the same day.
Yeah, it really would be.
Gak mungkin lah ya, kalah guys.
It is time that we get on the stage. Let's play.
Agak deg-degan dikit sih, cuma enggak sih harusnya. Hello. Nggak mungkin, ya nggak mungkin. Tadi yang lebih nggak mungkin tuh yang GG How. Sebenarnya yang lebih nggak mungkin tuh yang GG How, Bang Ber. Gue kasih tahu ya. Yang lebih nggak mungkin. Ini sebenarnya lebih mungkin, tau nggak sih? Iya nggak sih, guys?
Hanging in the balance, hoping their CS team can bail them out. And it's not just any CS team. These are your major winners back at Cologne, looking to take on a plucky underdog to start off their group stage run in K27.
Karena BO1 gue lebih ke arah nggak sih kayaknya. Tergantung map kali ya, nggak tahu dah. Bingung gue bingung setelah tadi GG How, pokoknya gue bingung.
They've been here in Paris grinding, and they've got a string of teams left in their wake.
Yeah, and good teams at that, right? When you look at the K27 run,
ini earphone-nya apa ya? Kok warna putih gitu ya?
The squads they were able to take down, some of them I would have said were like front runners to be battling through into the main stage at EWC, and they were able to dispatch them fairly cleanly. So yeah, they're coming into this feeling red hot, feeling confident.
Tim dadakan enggak sih?
Caught sleeping at the dawn of this tournament.
Definitely not. I mean, we've seen games like these where Falcons have, you know, in the previous roster, I think more so struggled, right? Like some matches versus Bait, some opening BO1s, BO3s, games where they get punished, picked especially. So yeah, there's definitely opportunity in a match like this, especially when you consider that this is, Falcons who came off at the start of the season with an immediate loss online to 100 Thieves. They've already lost to an underdog. This is LAN, Harry. This is where the big boys should be showing up. So let's see if Falcons can do it today, or if K27 have more tricks up their sleeve. I'm definitely excited by some of these K27 players, right? There's some names you may be familiar with, players like Quinky, who have grinded to the top of the Face It leaderboard as of late. Has definitely been one to look out for. And so now, as K27 get more LAN reps under their belts, this is the final boss.
Wih, mulai guys, cepet banget ya. Gua kira.
And hey, we already saw Spirit upset earlier.
Very upset at that. Let's see what kind of form we get out of the Falcons early on. As it's pretty slow as they go pistol round here.
Film itu biar guys.
Looking like a B finish. Bomb still waiting in the tunnels. So util out for this mid to be. Quinky doing what he can, but he's getting split on. Zito with the cover. Quick drop down into the bomb site, obscuring himself from this mid wrap. Won't get away from Monacy, who comes through with just a triage of headshots there. Tessez still waiting down here in the tunnels. Chance to come in on the backstab as well, and that would put a bow on this pistol round. Here he is. Heard the footsteps, heard them running away, knows his time to play is now.
Hold the shot, wait for your window player as Monacy looks for his 4th frag in this pistol round. I don't think they're going to stop him. Tessa steals it away. No complaints here from the Falcons as they come through with a pistol. It was an admirable behold from those 2 players in the bomb site. But a little bit of freeze there allows Falcons to come through doors and window together, and Monacy collects both those crucial kills. Dust 2 bound to be explosive. And the force buy comes straight through here for K27.
Aman sih, nggak kayak Spirit sih kayaknya. Pistolnya aman.
I think the Falcons, you want to see them on the other side now at the player break post the major, feel like they're still progressing. You don't want to feel like it was kind of a lightning in a bottle, honeymoon phase, whatever. So I want to see them looking even more refined on the other end of the break. This is a force buy from K27. They might have netted that opening kill, but Falcons still get the long control they were looking for. Honestly, swing and a miss, but Nico there to help him out.
Quite a pace in these 2 rounds here for Falcons.
Jersey Falcons sekarang bagus banget, bukan Wijo WhatsApp. Wijo WhatsApp.
And enough pace to push these players out of the bomb site. With that short smoke, it will be a save. Keeping the scout for later. So Falcons do convert for now. And I mean, yeah, sure, the major was, it was so Carrigan, wasn't it? Come through, the master of the stand-ins, being essentially the new stand-in, the new piece of this team, and leading them to a major victory. Rounds away from losses in multiple of those playoff maps. Still managing to take the trophy.
Temennya gue
but
juga
yeah,
gue
let's
tinggalin.
at the same time remember that Falcons still had problems.
Mendingan nonton ini, bener kan?
Prior to Carrigan joining. And one golden run doesn't
Malam Bang
undo
Alam.
everything.
Qwerty.
So definitely looking for some consistency and some reliability out of Falcons, especially when you consider the field right now, Harry. Like, look at Vitality and the news they've announced for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
You know, multiple stand-ins, players taking time off. You look at Spirit, well, they're not exactly in consistent form either, even losing a BO1 today. So the field is open.
Yeah, I think if you're the Falcons, you got to recognize kind of the massive opportunity, the idea that you could look to emerge as the new dominant team. Ooh, flash play into lower. Nico able to withstand it, at least trades that out.
You know, a lot of the stuff we see at Tier 1 is stolen from, you know, upcoming teams that grind, teams that play a lot of online games. You have to come up with a lot of plays and little moves that they can make. And, you know, K27 are one of those teams that have a lot of really cool setups. Don't know how much you can get away with
Keren juga ya
Dust
tadi
2,
ya.
but nice to see them, even on an eco round, have a little flash push like that, get a 5v4, but it's traded and Falcons take the space right back. So longing out the round doesn't seem likely here for K27. Would love to grab a couple of AKs on the way out.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the worries that always comes to mind with Dust 2 is just how it can feel by nature of the map. You'd sometimes say, oh, you know, it can feel a little 50-50. Don't often see teams kind of lean into it in a BO1, but I think for Falcons, for the reason you just said, it's actually a good place. Like, there's a little less in terms of gimmicks you could try and get away with here. You've seen a lot of it before.
And I think that also, you know, I agree, but I think the higher up the ladder you get, the less true that is, right? When you actually look at, you know, the best teams in the world in the past 18 months, and you look at a team like Vitality or a team like Spirit, well, they've just proven that consistency on Dust 2 is extremely viable. Vitality were like 44-4 or something on that map.
Terlihat bagus, guys.
Spirit
Terlihat
had a
bagus.
pretty close record as well, just with less maps played, but essentially the same win rate. And so, at the very top level, you can find consistency on this map.
Aimnya juga crispy, guys. Aimnya, guys.
Like in the start, you've got out Monacy. Loves a cross shot, but doesn't have a chance to fire one off in this round. Both players make it by. Actually getting to don his AWP as well for the side of K27. Bit of posturing for a mid to be, but if you look at where the bomb is, that's not where this round is ending. Carrigan, Tesses, and Kiyosuke way over towards long. One man here, it's Clax down in the pit. And he will have his work cut out for him. No flashes to support from Zido, so he's entirely alone in this. Clax, that's a gnarly double kill, and now he's got teammates en route to try and help him out. They've just got to contain Carrigan, who has made it out into no man's land.
Oh dear.
Ya
He
ampun,
puts
dia
some style on it,
loncat.
ends up giving it away.
That would have been a double kill with the bomb control. Now it's the opposite. They've lost it. Dropping back for the fight. Monacy in middle, overwhelmed, and the Orb has the cover
Ya
as
ampun,
well.
si Om loncat, guys. Si Om, guys.
K27 on the board, but to be honest, Carrigan should be the double. It's the jump scroll that lets K27 into the round. Awkward moment indeed. And that's going to cost you. Monacy's Orb is not cheap. Nico cannot buy an AK, nor can Kiyosuke.
Mau push kah?
Double Orb, and look at them go. Tito and Quinky taking risks.
A little tense though, right? Orp on the line, don't want to miss. You hear him burning in the molly. That's 2 players cleared out through lower, and a big problem for K27. Falcons don't jump the gun on that lower control. They throw all the util to make it real easy for themselves. And now it's just the K27 captain left to get past. Dead after 1. Monacy able to trade that out. And a chart-topping performance right now from Ilya. Sees him up 9-1.
You got to hold that shot as well on
Beda
B,
nih
right?
sama Spirit nih, beda nih.
Essentially 1v5 and B. If there's any way you're going to win, you just
Emang
gotta
boleh
hold
nanti
Falcons
pembantaian di live di YouTube. Pembantaian yang mana nih yang ini?
Good spacing for Falcons. Allowed
Boleh lah. Kan gue udah izin,
and
guys.
it feels like a really awkward round to go for that double lower push setup, right? You know Falcons have
Long
low
time no
money.
see Bang Ken. Halo Bang Edo, apa kabar Bang Edo?
Have the weaponry to deal with that. There's a bunch of pistols coming in. Of course, it's still well called to get that molly
Gimana
in.
I also think like what you don't want to
Tweak
happen here
PC-nya
is like
masih
kind of the stress
banyak
of being the underdog. That was, you know, you trying an aggressive play. You can argue that the
Spirit
timing
pulang ke lower
for it was
bracket,
wrong,
Bang. Nggak
right? I
pulang,
think
Bang,
you're
ke
dead
lower
on knowing
bracket.
that Falcons are low money, trying to take lower tunnels control. What you
Asik
don't
yang
want to
liatnya ya.
happen is for this to kind of shrink the CT side as a whole.
Sure.
I hope we still see moves made by K27.
Kok
Just
gitu?
at better
Jadinya.
moments in the game.
Yeah, it's a risky move to make when your money is on the line. And
Baik
now
juga,
look at
Bang.
the
Baik
response.
juga,
They've got
Bang Edo.
nothing left on 3 of these players. So we're talking about 3 rifles max. They save the orb. You're certainly going to put something in here. But yeah, they will save for later. Falcons
Asik banget ya ininya ya. Asik banget loh.
We're hoping on 2
Bajunya ya,
players
jersey-nya.
to carry K27 through this round. Boost up could be denied. Cash load waiting. They just hold the catwalk. Can't wait forever.
Halo Bang Nicholas. Terima kasih ya semangatnya ya Bang. Tadi lupa ngomong. Gue udah baca kok Bang.
Honestly wants more. It's util in middle. Gets his players out lower. Nice shot.
Ashley was waiting for that exact fight for what feels like the entire round. Finally, Monacy shows his head the second time around, and he will get the better of him. And honestly, you knock Monacy out of these rounds, you feel real good about it. He's been the guy thus far for the Falcons.
Deep long control as well. So if Falcons start moving mid to B, could see X5 activate. Smoke lands behind him from his teammate. Very tempting to make a move here. This is a pressure call, right? Do you want to take the risk at this point in the round? 50 seconds, still time for Falcons to pivot. But as we can see, they are all in. 3 in the tunnels, mid to be smoke coming out. If X5 wants to move, it's now or it's never.
And as soon as he gets this info, hoping we see a bit of movement out of K27. Because it's still, you know, you have all the info right now from this long doors push, but you're not in a position to react. It's still only 2 players over here at B, and now it's reduced down to 1. Quinky's Beagle doesn't find a thing. Carrigan's even got the spot there through mid. K27 with a decision to make. This B site real tricky to break back into, and you feel like a lot of it going to be hinging on this early fight from X5 back in the tunnels.
Definitely going to give it a go with money to spare. Flash goes over.
Flashnya apa tuh? Nge-flash teman sendiri.
From X5 on the flank. Nico holds it down and now they walk away. Well, Falcons let them.
Kapan mabar lagi sama Ko Kevin lagi?
Fearing a last second retake with low
Gue tunggu di ini Bang. Tunggu di Ayak main lagi. Dia jarang main.
I mean, it's another round that hurts to lose, but you almost can't blame K27 because when they get X5 on the flank, the whole map is quiet after that mid to be smoke. The call is they're either all in tunnels or they're all on short ready to pop. We don't know which one it is. So 2 players of K27 still hold the short side, 2 hold B. And yeah, okay, Falcons flash through the B smoke. It's a round that could look silly if they get massacred, but it's all they had. They had to go. So nice double entry.
Lu percaya banget kalau main chess ada aja sih, bisa aja sih Bang.
It's a 5th round on the board.
Tergantung mental lu aja terhadap.
We know what they're doing.
Tergantung mental dan pemikiran lu aja terhadap nih game. Kalau lu lagi bete ya bete Bang. Tapi kalau kalah mulu tapi mental lu juga kayak senang-senang aja.
I just think, you know, when you're up against the Falcons, you have to try and walk this very fine line.
Fokus aja, even kalah, ya nggak apa-apa, nggak burn out gitu.
Simultaneously, you know, not feeding the beast. It's a very, very tough line to walk.
Bisa aja lu menang banyak tapi lu burn out. Bisa aja juga tetap lu menang tapi merasa capek terus kayak tergantung perasaan lu lah pokoknya.
5-6 seconds faster for everything in that round. But you didn't feel like you had the room to do so. Just think about how many times, even on that major run, where you saw Falcons like on a whim change bomb site, go somewhere else, and it ended up being the picture perfect move. That's what you're up against here, and it can be very, very tough to deal with.
I remember a Carrigan call.
Sayang nggak sih granatnya buat begitu, ngelempar aja nggak sih ke Xbox, guys?
Quick up catwalk. K27 continually having buys. Having chances. This is another orb. Back on car. Some fear of the mid to be, but as they re-clear this, Falcons get ready to pop. So what timing do we see? X5 coming back up to hold A. Gonna be required. Here's the execute.
Ooh.
Finally feeling like you've got bodies in the right place. Cashled's orb able to get the ball rolling, and X5 gets involved as well on that rotation. Nice pressure shot to Cashled, but he'll hold on.
Nggak geter ya tangannya ya.
And Zido concealed in this smoke. They don't know about him. Decides not to play on the back of that flash. 4v2 right now for K27, and they're going to hand off. Leave it to the retake.
I like that, but it's Monacy and Nico.
It's meant to be the duo that gets it done. Monacy dead right away. Nico, that's clean. We're going to need 3 more just like that. K27 swarm him. So finally getting something else on the board for the K27 squad.
Nice to see them not overheat, right?
Bang, dimain lu ex-pro player kali. Iya bang, dari zaman CSGO. CSGO-nya 2017
Very
tapi.
tempting indeed, but
Lagi
give it up,
mau
play the post-part together.
serius
Sure,
lagi
you
di
give them,
CS2.
you know, chances to get into post-part positions, but then you just trade your
Dia
kills
main
out.
di
That's
Vitality
exactly
pas
what
11
K27
Porto.
do. So,
Iya.
no overheating indeed.
Info yang jual jersey Falcon. Iya ya, bagus banget ya. Gue mau dong kalau ada juga.
Kills being headshots from the orb.
Cemen Bucking itu kenapa minus? Cemen Bucking nggak tahu ya kenapa ya.
Chance to put Falcons money down.
I mean, the 2 rounds that K27 have are both them repelling these attempts from Falcons to get into A. And so I think now the onus is going to be on stopping one of these mid-to-Bs, stopping one of these B hits. Maybe even stopping it before it gets going. S5 with aggression. Tesses has eyes on.
Udah hampir benar tuh padahal.
No stone unturned.
You just can't afford to have B feel like such a vulnerability. You need a hold out of these 2.
That kill tempts you back the other way. They go clearing cat. They're in no hurry. The push is actually going to come through from K27 in the dark.
Push anjay.
They push into upper. Nico
Salah
and
nggak
Monacy
sih?
side by side.
Tapi ya
ready
gimana
to
ya,
swing.
mereka
This
takut kali.
surely won't go wrong, right? Nico swings. There's the trade. Not even needed. 2 kills from Falcons. Sees them to a 6th round.
Mereka takut kali ya.
Just feels like it's on
Ke
rails
pinch dari
right now.
mid to B juga ya. Jadi kayak udah lo push aja tanahnya tapi gimana ya?
I mean, I think we're in danger of learning very,
Gue
very
sempat mampir
quickly how
stream dulu
brutal
tapi
Dust
gue
2 CT
sering
sides
dengar
can
Kevin mulu.
feel when one half of the map is just under so
Kemarin
much
gue main sama
scrutiny.
Actuate bang.
Even there, like that's you looking for a solution. You're a man down, it's 4v5, you're feeling uncomfortable. Screw it, we're going to try and bring the fight to them. Come in with the upper tunnels push. We know that they just killed our A player. We are expecting them in kind of a bit of limbo there, maybe moving around the setup. Try and finally throw down the gauntlet on the B side, and actually you end up doing what we said earlier. You feed the beast, you give them the way in.
Mereka nge-push B tunnel juga gara-gara ini nggak sih? Ya nggak tahu, nggak ada info aja, nggak ada info di mid, nggak ada info di tunnel, bahkan nggak ada info di short. Bahkan tadi shortnya di flash sama Tesses buat Carrigan. Jadi mereka kira mungkin di tunnel paling cuma ada 1.
Although they've been unable to do so yet. So another patient round paying off for the Falcons in a 5v4. Good check from Tesses on that cat push. That's where it could have all gone wrong.
Gue baru lihat Nico pakai Ursus. Lah iya ya. Itu dia yang pakai ya?
And almost like the mind game that's being played is, look, every time you've got an aggressive, it's ruined the round for you. So
nggak coba pro lagi. Ini lagi coba pro lagi bang.
That's exactly what Carrigan wants. He's very, very good at piecing those together.
Yeah.
Gue lagi di alter ego.
That's not even something you really had to worry about in this game. Honesty's
Gue masuk alter ego academy guys. Alter ego academy ngambil 2 pemain timnas yang kemarin masuk ke ENC guys.
Anymore? Monacy looks long, but Ashley on an orthodox angle, so we shouldn't see this fight. Stalemate for now. Cat control taken here for Falcons. Good grenades. Hit Carrigan hard. Don't you just get tempted by this mid to B because it's just gone so well for you?
Cashlit.
Honestly, still considering, and if Tessus walks in, this might be bomb spotted.
Bahaya nih guys.
Hands it off. Still, Cashlit needs to hit this, and he needs to hit it.
Kena nggak guys?
Shadow connects. What a tag from Tessus, but Cashlit's still here.
Kok dia bisa?
I mean, getting the kill is nice. It's just how do you get out? Double flashes through the doors.
Yep.
Kyosuke sent in. And now they've got the long control. 2 players over here on short.
Aupernya lagi yang meninggal guys.
Split taking shape.
Carrigan bisa meninggal.
Brings
Nico yang di
spam. Feeling a bit of pressure now. It's a great reaction for K27. They go, they clear out short. Now they've only got long to worry about.
It's not an easy clear either, but they're going to keep sending it, fighting for this ramp. Another kill from Klax with a bomb drop. Kyosuke's going nowhere fast. It is K27 back in the game with a very important rifle round. This could have edged on Stomp territory.
Gue pengen lihat POV dari Tessus bisa ngeding si
Falcons in quite the money
siapa
trouble.
namanya Cashlit ya.
Nice retake of the catwalk there from K27. Even though Falcons have numbers, it doesn't feel like it. They're boxed in, smoking behind them. So pressure on as Falcons force buy with 3 AKs.
Oh, ada suara gini.
I don't think it would be shocking here to anticipate a bit of a heavier B lean for K27 in this round. Again, you know the money's kind of honorable for the Falcons. You know that that's where they found all their success in this game thus far. The A site has actually done a fantastic job of holding its own. And so I'm almost anticipating, you know, maybe you start with that 2 players over towards B, 3rd guy floating around mid, kind of B hill area. I hope we don't see them play for the tunnels again. We remember how that let them down at the first chance they had to break the Falcons' money.
Yeah, no gambles on B yet. So would now be the time? Would they? Should they? Falcons going all into tunnels.
Anti-long rush set up for K27.
Spawn's always a factor. Falcons are going pretty quick into this solo B site.
Quinky.
With the A4 here, it's not easy. You would love an AK.
Yeah.
Still, Zito's now got to worry about middle with Carrigan lobbing in the fake. Quinky holds on for the first, but can't stop the spillover, and Carrigan plays his timing out through mid. Second player through the smoke. Tess says flash.
Gue mau balik badan anjing, sumpah.
Carrigan has just caused chaos here on this one-man surge through the mid smokes.
Go, he's looking for more, hunting this orb down. And he knows they can't get back in this round. He's got teammates behind him. Nice shot from Cashlid, but it's about surviving at this point. Max trying to bail him out, but not from range. Kyosuke with 1 more. And before all is said and done, this round is over. No escaping. Molly at his feet, and Falcons charge him down. Great work on that B side.
Tuh main Bakin udah nggak minus tuh bang.
Going massive with the Tech 9.
Pakai Tech 9 aja kali ya Carrigan lagi ya. Biar bisa run
so
endgun,
unfortunate for X5. He flashed himself through the smoke as Tessus throws one over the wall of B.
Jadi dia kebelanya sama flashbangnya sendiri atau sama flashnya Tessus? Sama flashnya Tessus.
A lot of these rounds, they're playing a player on short. Usually it's X5 ready to drop down. They have a second guy in the bomb site ready to support long and short. But these are like very committed positions.
Hello.
Carrigan on the jump up, feeling it after the double in the last round, and he's just playing his timing.
He just ran down middle with,
Captain's
I guess,
going to
covering.
clash here. He's seen the util, knows he's got X5 out in the open, and this A-hold that has been the only tried and tested thing for K27, finally looking to let them down.
Carrigan's showing these kids how it's done. Straight down middle, down the guts, finds the AWP, and opens up that A bomb site. Clacks on long, they know it. That bomb is running knife out to B. Dear, oh dear. Felt like K27 may have saved their half with that third round, but Falcons low money bounced back very quickly.
And it's just kind of feeling a little awkward right now. It's like every time you've tried to go and take short, which would be a nice point of rotation to have
buat juara
when
EWC
they
itu
break
tim
out these
Falcons.
mid-to-Bs, so you'd be able to jump down and try and fight for
Enggak
it.
sih.
Every time they've looked for it, it's
Soalnya kan
led to
kemarin habis kalah di
an opening death. That player getting
Nggak
found
tahu ya
out, that
favoritnya
player getting
siapa ya?
dealt with. You had X5
Kayaknya
there a
nggak ada yang
couple of rounds
dominan
ago.
banget deh
This time
favoritnya.
it's the AWP.
Semenjak Falcon dan Vitality kemarin kalah itu.
And so it's leaving you in a pretty rigid structure right now with 3 over towards A, 2 over towards B, and you're saying, guys,
Harus
you just
tunggu
have to
lihat
multi-kill if they
bracket
come
yang
B.
udah playoff yang
Monacy has spawned
nantilah,
for B.
nantian lah,
I
nantian.
wonder if he just like walks in tunnels at this point of the game. Like everything has worked. B has been a
Kok
problem.
udah balik?
You
Nggak
got
jadi bang.
spawns. He might just be calling to peek B insta. And nobody's even home. They just boosted mid for a pick.
Mungkin malah tadi Spirit dominan
Or rather
menang,
a late
cuma
cross, but
cuma
yeah,
jadi
that
enggak
smoke
kali
comes down,
semenjak
Monacy
tadi
calls it
kalah.
off.
Emang harus tunggu lihat, udah tinggal lihat
Falcons
pas
don't feel the pressure.
10
Everything
besar
has
kali ya
worked.
atau gimana, nggak tahu deh. Kalau sekarang belum bisa bilang apa-apa nggak sih?
Catwalk control taken.
It wouldn't surprise me if this one
Itu apa ya? Kok dia bisa meninggal gitu?
Waduh! There's Zito close, so finally having kind of multiple players here to trade contact over in middle.
Oh, he just missed that cross out. They cross back, reinforcing this B site with 2.
It was the right adjustment for K27. It's just come very late in the day.
Is he going to hide deep pits? They're resetting long. 1 kill would be massive from Zito here.
Oh, but he's walking in.
Oh my
Still
god,
gets
timingnya
his
oke
right
banget.
as Tess says goes to check the corner. Can't
Gila,
follow
headshot
up, and that
lagi,
is
Cok.
the bomb spotted. So wonder if Monacy and Nico want to get tricky with this.
Lo device atau simple kalau AWP? Device kali.
2v4 when it began. They split up. Nico
Ngegocek apa digocek?
Monacy
Ngegocek bang.
hoping for a fight in middle. Nothing getting given.
Lu dukung siapa? Gue dukung
25 to the clock. Cashlin
Falcons.
can win the round with a single shot.
Kyosuke-nya
Just
sih
cleared
bang.
long, and now Nico walks out. So I got bad news as Monacy fakes it. Nico
14
holds his
detik,
part of the
13,
bargain.
12.
How are you going to cross with that bomb? There's only 10 seconds. He needs to run. The smoke comes down, and they can't stop him.
Itu
Nico makes
palanya.
it in. Nice shot up close, and that feels like that's that. Quinky 1v2. He's got the nades and an AK. No kits. They throw everything they have.
Just a round that spiraled away from you. You almost can't believe it's fallen onto the shoulders of Quinky. He's not filled with confidence here as he makes his way into hostile territory. 2 players ready to face him. Monacy takes first contact, and that's all that is required. Monacy putting on a clinic, and Falcons showing up 9-3.
Pertama ini langsung cheater. Tadi gue juga, Cok.
Phenomenal half of Counter-Strike, really. Put in some awkward positions,
Emang
put in
gitu
some
nggak sih?
rounds where K27 had strong, aggressive setups. Falcons punished every single time. And yeah, really hard game for K27 to recover. And it all ends in that first half with a 2-on-4 out on the long side.
Easy banget.
When
Iya,
Zito
harusnya
gets his
Spirit
third
juga gitu
kill
nggak
on
sih?
repeats, you think he
Anjing,
thinks
map
they're gonna
Mirage,
lose that
Cok.
round.
Mapnya Mirage lagi.
My oh my. Quite a start here in Paris for Falcons, but they've got to finish what they've started. 9-3 first half, off to the CT side.
Also just nice to see the Falcons looking this adaptable right out of the gate. You know, no slow starts. Every reaction here was
Malah
so
kayaknya lebih
spot
jago
on.
ini daripada GG How nggak sih
Finally,
harusnya?
K27 kind of all in the mid brawl. They play for that space. They only
Iya
have
nggak sih?
SMGs to
Harusnya
work
ini
with.
lebih jago
But the
daripada
reaction
GG
was
How
almost
nggak sih?
instantaneous. That bomb was back long and ready to go in what felt like seconds. And then sure, they slow it down in the clutch. They give a bit of breathing
Ciro
room to
banyak
Nico
whiff,
and
iya
Monacy
sih.
to play
Iya
it out.
makanya
But,
ini gue bilang
you know,
tadi ini
you're constantly racing against the
emang
minds of the
player-player
Falcons.
kan
And they're looking
jago-jago
very,
nembak
very
ya ini ya,
quick to get this
Falcons. Mapnya
game
Dastu
going.
lagi.
They can make it real easy for themselves if they pick up this pistol round.
Carrigan sees him out long. Nico Headshot on short. X5 has found the gap for now, walking straight out middle, but that lower position as the smoke fades, Monacy catches him. Oh, careful, does get that pre-fire off. They're going to cross into the site. Carrigan, nice headshot. He's held his own in these last few rounds, but he will be found after one. 3 on 4 here. Bomb yet to make it in. Loose on the ramp, and everybody's fighting here. Falcons reflashing.
Full blind, still good for it. And that's Monacy removed, top performer. Ooh. Still, there's a lot of teeth chomping at the bit to get involved are all of the Falcons, and Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turnaround. What a sequence.
What the
Back against the wall. No issue for Quinky. The one-man army on K27.
Yeah, 1v3 ace out of Quinky saves K27 from absolute humiliation in this game. This was as one-sided as it gets. But that pistol clutch has just put them back in with an opportunity. Falcons run him down on the reload, but he puts that mag in just in time.
Lah dia ace ya? Gelo.
He's even bought the orb for Cashlet in this second round. It's an audacious purchase. Wanting to get your orb going in the second half, they walk silent up cat.
You just hope a round like that inspires the troops. I do wonder how much adrenaline Quicky's got coursing through him after that clutch. Just testing the waters over here on short, seeing if they like what they see. Carrigan does have a smoke to block this, but he holds on to it for a very long time. That's not a good smoke. Tap on it.
Oh no.
I'll try and play through behind it.
Oke, jelek guys.
Oh dear, Nico makes it interesting. And the rest of Falcons trying to give chase up through short.
CS2.
Not going to get here in time.
CS2 tuh awal-awal ya kiblatnya kedong sih. Cuma lama-lama sukanya Kyosuke sih, Bang.
But bomb down and Orb ready to line them up. Kyosuke 1v3 and they're not having it. Quinky shuts it down and 5 rounds for K27, stopping the Falcons force buy.
Buat orang-orang kayak gue yang baru main CS2, pasti kiblatnya ke sono nggak sih? Nggak pernah main CS dari 2000 berapa tuh gue? 2018 udah nggak pernah main. Tiba-tiba main lagi 2025. Ngeliatnya pasti dong sama Kyosuke. Suka Kyosuke karena ganteng, karena jago atau ganteng? Karena ganteng sih. Enggak lah goblok, gara-gara jago guys.
Nice try and give Falcons a taste of their own medicine.
Gak di flash. Si Tessusnya nungguin flash.
It never comes. He's looking into the wall when they kill him. It's quite a B rush.
CS2 siapa ya? CS2
door smoke, double HE and just go through.
Kyosuke ganteng. Kyosuke cantik bukan ganteng. CS gue dulu gue sukanya Nico, malah nih Nico. Banyak diemnya ya. Gila, nge-granat 3 kali gitu baru lihat sih gue. Keren juga ya. Lucu juga ya.
Monacy's AWP as well. Late cross spotted. Monacy's not giving him the fight.
Dangerous game that, but X5's live to tell the tale.
Oh, yo.
Good nade. Here from Nico. A27 up catwalk.
And this is all the makings of a mid to be. Don't have control out towards long. Don't really have any clear picture as to what's happening on A. You have at least forced them within the bomb site, so you've slowed the rotations. You kind of put yourself in a good position to succeed here. If you're able to get through these entries, even trades for Falcons would leave them in a pretty awkward spot. Long rotates, 3-on-3 retake at B, so you need something out of these B players here.
They don't shoot. No support. Tessus and Kyosuke against the world.
Good timing on that block.
20 seconds
That's
though.
brutal. And are they really going to try and change their mind on this?
Nope.
Ini mereka mau ngapain ya?
They're still thinking about it.
20
There isn't time
seconds.
for this. Gonna try and run that bomb out towards short. They lose Clax on the long side, so it's turned into a mid to B. That is chaotic. They'll get away with the kills, but the bomb lost
What the
over
hell?
in mid. Time decides.
Damn.
For K27, indecisiveness, unable to make up their mind. It gets the better of them, and it costs them everything.
Just so much
Pusing
going on,
gua.
right? So many cluttered comms. They get out long, they get a kill, they rotate, Clax dies, they realize it can't go A. There's even no time really to get up catwalk and plant that bomb. They bail mid to B. If the bomb was upper, I'd say they have a good shot in the round. 2v2, they got the B site. They can plant that bomb. Tessus is dead. But K27 don't leave themselves any room for error.
Kayaknya pas
And when
Clax bunuh
errors
A,
made,
mereka kayak
Falcons collect
apakah
a
A aja ya?
round
Pas
on the
lari,
CT
anjing
side.
nggak bisa gitu nggak sih?
That's more like it. Gut punch out long.
Oh, that's nearly the lineup around this smoke.
Ooh.
From beyond the grave.
And there was no accounting for that move. Adetesses
That's
walks
rude.
the mid-smoke.
That's really rude.
Satu map doang. Iya Bang
We
Cedric.
had a 1v1, but still.
Oh, gila,
Line up
gila.
for him. It's on rails.
Respect is disappearing from the Falcons now. 11-6. Pushing through smokes in your face. And K27.
Anjay,
Down to
mouse
2K
mouse
a player.
kabel guys. What the hell? Mouse kabel ya?
It's feeling far gone now. Gonna get one more chance up against match point here in this best of one.
Mau nesing nggak Smurf guys?
And you're seeing Falcons take a lot more liberties. They have left Carrigan all on his lonesome out here on long. But apparently that's not an issue.
Easy.
Flash gets there just a second too late to help him out, but it will get contained, and now you have 6 chances for a dominant close.
Yeah,
Yellow.
some signs of life here for K27 in this game.
Itu apa
but
mouse yang warna
I
biru
think the
gitu si
takeaways
Kyosuke
Falcons
guys?
have come to play, right, with all the pressure on the shoulders of the club championship, second place team, relying on their last few competitions, CS being the main one.
I mean, it's also
Udah
just the
GG,
case
iya
that
kita langsung lihat aja ya next match.
even though
Next
Falcons
match
as
apa
a
ya
whole
next
have always
match?
done well here at EWC, the CS division has struggled.
Yeah.
And, you know, Carrigan already came in and kind of cured the major woes. Now they're hoping he can do the same here.
I mean, lost to Aurora last year, who went on to lose the final. But let's be honest here, looking at this group stage, there's no clear threat on paper for Falcons. 2 wins and you're straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones where it felt like, you know, the greatest opponent was almost themselves in a sense. You know, you've seen slow starts from Carrigan-led teams in the past. It's very reassuring to see them coming in looking polished.
Oh, man.
So K27
Yeah,
they've had a
Carrigan.
legit run to get to this point. They
Sayang
were in good
sekali
form.
guys.
But Falcons playing like the favorites.
Super Light 2 warna cyan. Oh iya, gue pengen dong.
4v4 and the map goes quiet. Bomb out long.
Minta GGS kali
Players
ya?
on Cat. Sido waiting for reaggression.
Super
He's
light
getting
2 ya.
exactly that, but teammate swings with him and Monacy collects a kill.
Naik lagi dia.
Monacy with a monster game right now. He's going to go for more, surely. Feeling invincible on this orb. Missed flick and the bomb crosses in. It will be a retake, but it won't be waiting around as they line up through the smoke.
Cepet ya.
Kyosuke closes. Simple as that for the Falcons. 13-6. K27 are shown the door.
Yeah, dominant stuff, man. It's
Cepet ya, guys.
you wanted to see from the get-go in this tournament. No messing
Siapa lagi nih? Ada apa lagi ya?
running circles around the underdogs in K27.
Bentar lagi jam 10 guys. Diam-diam juga bentar lagi face ini.
The Falcons who are come back off of a major win. They start their campaign off here strong in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Yeah, Nico and company looking primed, looking proper right there. Nico and Monacy really.
Loh, emang udah tinggal match. Oh, emang udah tinggal nunggu face guys.
You know, I think that was the first time today we see one of the clear-cut favorites.
Habis ini face berarti.
Like a clear-cut favorite. Credit to K27 for, you know, a brief moment in that second half, you know, stringing together some rounds and maybe making us think that there was a
EVO Indonesia, masih November bang. Masih panjang malam ini, sumpah masih panjang banget guys. Buset, ini banyak ya. Ini cara masuk ke sini gimana ya guys caranya guys?
Doing what they need to do. It's unfortunate in a way for K27. You can see, oh, why are you playing them on Dust 2? Well, they don't have a ton of choice really in the veto, you know, in that sense. And Falcons are not going to, you know, feel pressured.
Klik aja panahnya.
It's one of their
Enggak cara masuk ke cara ada divine di sini gitu.
But there was pressure applied, right? So credit where credit is. I wouldn't say that necessarily they tested the Falcons. No, that's not going to be the storyline. The hell, the numbers would even say that. But there were some glimpses of perhaps brilliance in there. Jacob, I know you love being positive. Tell us something.
Yeah, I mean, winning the second pistol and converting, it makes you believe that, okay, if you win the first buy,
Bentar ya, jam 10 face guys. Saatnya lanjut buka case. Udah nggak ada uangnya bang. Tadi aja tuh ternyata uangnya tuh kelebihan buat buka case. Jadinya gua nggak dapet uang sama sekali, 0. Jadi ini gue belum makan nih sampai sekarang bang. Edit pakai F11. Editnya buat gua doang dong anjing. Jagoan lu tim mana nih Falcons? Jadi alasan gak jadi ketemu teman gara-gara duitnya 0. Iya pal. Boleh gak sih alasan begitu ke teman?
Yeah, and it's important to start the tournament on the right foot, you know, and you look at, a lot of things will make the playoffs, but it also matters, you know, who you're going to face in that first round. So going through as quickly as possible goes a long way to having a good bracket later on.
Yeah, and a good day outside of this matchup. Let's find out what Monacy's got to say. Freya.
Interview Monacy guys.
Yes, I do have Ilya down here on the stage. Congratulations from the outside. This looked like quite an easy match for you. Was it as easy as it looked from the outside inside the server?
Yeah, we were very calm today in TeamSpeak on the game, on the server, with our calls, with our decisions, so yes.
Individual form from you. It looked excellent. Was that just down to, you know, you missing playing a little bit on LAN? Has it been a long 6 weeks away from the PC for you?
Yes, I definitely missed playing on LAN after Major because the only tournament we played it was Blast and we insta lost, you know, so we had all the time to prepare, so we were very hungry to come back on LAN.
Berapa harganya, Cok?
Forget about that online affair. Now, not to
Ada
hype
pun
your
berapa
ego up
harganya,
anymore,
anjay.
Monacy, but Cashlid over on the other side, he did say that you were his idol. He was kind of molding his style off of you. Do you want to give him any advice, any words of wisdom?
Any advice? Actually, I didn't know, but any advice? Just play more matches, get as much experience as you can, and everything will come with experience in the future. The most important is to believe in yourself.
Final question for you, Monacy. Of course, EWC, we know how important it is to Falcons
Berapa,
as
guys,
an
harganya,
organization. Does that put more pressure on you guys here to perform?
No, not really. We don't really take this as a
Lah,
pressure.
kagak ada
We just
ya.
take it as an
Ini
opportunity to
bukan
help our
lah, ini ada
organization
nih
to win
Falcon Kids
another
jersey.
championship.
Pleasure, as always, to get to catch up with you, Monacy. Thank you so much for your
Nah,
time.
ini
That's
kan?
Falcons 1-0 up here in Paris.
Ini apa nih?
Yeah, Monacy ending out at 22 and 8 there in
Ini apa nih?
regulation. Otherwise, quick, easy work for the side of the Falcons. Monacy looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, and obviously he had a good time in
239
Cologne as well. Got his major MVP there. I think we're
239
seeing that a little bit more in recent
DDR.
tournaments. with Odyssey, you know, and some of the interviews, especially in Cologne, those post-game ones, like he has just found the joy again in playing the game, right, in this team, and I think he shows
Buat makan.
the server.
Terima kasih Bang Cedric. Kita pesen McD
to be able to perform on a high level, and if he's found some
Hello Bang
consistency
Cedric,
now,
terima
like,
kasih
that's
ya.
going to make Falcons even more dangerous.
Yeah, it goes without saying he's a massive win condition for Falcons in pretty much
Print
any
your
game they
name.
play, whether that's group stage playoff.
Divine.
As you said, a bit of a breakthrough.
Print a number.
Getting the MVP as well, and if anything, if you want to zoom out a bit, maybe he's also able to close a bit of that gap, you know, that Sabre
Hello, terima kasih Bang Cedric. Jangan tiba-tiba isi stream wallet. Iya ya. Udah ini, udah belajar. Sampai Indo 2 juta sama ongkir, iya ya. Apa ini duit makanya buat nabung beli ini ya? Terus gua size-nya apa nih?
Some of those top tier teams, the things that separate them from the
size
pack, the ones that keep them up there. For us, at least, putting a ribbon on such a performance, or at least such a showing from K27. They're in the building. You guys said they were excited to be here.
S, gua S.
Is there anything else you can put on there?
MDM, gua M.
Yeah, I think we have an example from the first half. Like
Kan dikit lagi Subaton. Oh iya ya, dikit lagi Subaton naikin ya guys, waktunya guys.
Some of these lower tier teams when it comes to the macro understanding. So in this round, another reset round. Falcons go this fast. Sort of down mid play from Nico.
278 jadinya 278 nih.
See the nade combination, right? And then Kerrigan is just going to throw a deep molly and they want to go B, right? But
terima kasih ya Bang Cedric. Aku jadi bisa pesen McD.
Play now, like understands maybe he has some space here. Unfortunately, he's going to get punished by Tessus, right?
Sampai Indo kena pajak lagi. Ini nih. Keyboard ini nih, buset berat banget by the way nih keyboard. Kena biaya cukai 600.000.
Smoke, Kerrigan wants to put some pressure. It's important he got the upper off of this angle, and then after the smoke, like that prompts a reaction from K27 in upper B, and this is exactly what Falcons were waiting for, right? Like
jangan nge-press banget bajunya ntar lu. Iya, ntar cuma pakai buat gym ya.
Gonna put some pressure. They're gonna push B. You guys are gonna kill them, and that's exactly what happened. And you know, it's an example of just manipulating some of the rotations, and maybe K27 being a little bit too naive, going for that B push when Tessus was spotted in lower B.
Kind of forcing them to where you want to have that fight, like forcing that reaction. I think, Jacob, you know, there was a little bit of a suffrage here when it came to the second pistol round. You know, I think it's unfortunate. Yes, you get an ace out of it, but it is a bit rough around the edges when it's in vain, right?
Yeah, sure. But then again, you showed a bit of that individual.
Gue suka yang nge-press. Gue juga suka kalau di-press. Gue kadang-kadang jujur kangen sama cecetan lu yang kayak gitu, Gus.
Whether that is within K27 or if that's in another team, but you know, small glimpses of you know, good potential, good individual playmaking, especially considering they came from the LCQ as well, where they won 3 best of 3s in a row. That they kind of distanced themselves from teams like Fnatic.
Terima kasih ya Bang Cedric ya. Bang Cedric punya 278 star nggak?
Accruing experience at this point in time, right? Like when you're a young team, you sort of don't
emang lu kangen
realize maybe how these teams are beating.
Ama tambah 75 nih Falcon Pants.
Right? And then you sort of learn more about the game, you evolve your understanding of the game, and that's how you improve.
Yeah, I mean, just as a testament, you know, how fast was your guys' first LAN game, right, in your own head? I'm sure it might have taken a long time, but that game goes by pretty quick. You start to learn to break that down and compartmentalize.
But even just practice. Like once you start to practice with tier 1 teams, and you're like, oh, all right, like this is what these guys are doing, and then obviously.
Gak usah celana mah pakai celana gajah aja, bener juga lu.
It's a process, right? It has to be a process for every individual player, and then also you as a.
Gila keren banget sih ini, jujur ini keren banget sih. Complete the order. Gue penasaran kalau delivery ke kita berapa ya guys harganya guys. Please sign in. Ya elah.
The round you showcased just before, Yenko, it was clear and evident that Tessus towards lower the push should have come from the long guy. He was the guy who
Thumbnailnya baru, yoi Bang Asep.
figure out that okay, it is towards the B bomb side. Then you could have kept 2 players on B, you know, and maybe be ready for the hit that was coming in for Falcons. They look at that, they learn by that. They maybe alter the way they will play around like that next time around, and who knows if that means the game then finishes.
Alamat bocor aman aja Bang, nanti tinggal pindah rumah. Cuttingannya dibikin boxy dulu, beli yang 4XL. Hah? Jadi lebar banget tapi boxy gitu. Goblok.
Do you agree, Yanko? Is Monesi, can he still be?
Tuh nge-smurf anjay Monesi, lihat.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Menurut kalian di ini yang mana ya? Face sama Bad Boom yang mana? Stream A atau Stream B, guys? Omongan lu bilang tinggal pindah rumah, lu aja belum makan. Oh iya, gue belum pesen makan.
Moving forward, couple of events they're gonna have a stand-in. You don't expect them to sort of win events with
Gue belum pesen.
right? What if Falcons are the one
Tadi ngecek uang.
I think it's a lot more competitive this
Mac
year.
Delivery 5 ayam spicy 60.000. Ini lebih menarik nih. 5 ayam spicy, 5 ayam 60.000. Berarti 1 ayam cuma 10.000 ya?
That still, right? Did he show up today? Was he the best support in the server?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge from this game, to be honest. I think Tessus is best shown when the game is close, you know, when he needs to find impact. Today it wasn't really needed, to be completely honest. I think Tessus is also benefiting from Kerrigan coming into the team. I think Kerrigan likes to have a player that is a soldier for your team. I think Katie
3 ayam crispy, 2 kentang 60.000.
In Cologne, so having Tessus on your team.
1 ayam 10.000, ayam apaan tuh? Ini dapat 5 ayam tapi bayarnya 60.000. 60.000 bagi 5, 12.000 1 ayam. 1 potong ayam gitu.
Yeah, he'll have his moments in Kerrigan's system, right, where he'll have to play, and he has the right personality for that role, right? Like you always need to, you have a finite amount of resources in a round, and you know,
Mac Delivery saja.
do with less being allocated to them. Let's put it that way. And Tessus is a guy who can do that, who is not uncomfortable, who doesn't have an ego in that sense that he has to have the numbers or he has to have the opportunities, right? He'll just do whatever the team requires of him to help the team win.
Yeah, for us, still tons of more Counter-Strike.
Gusti.
Yeah, we can put a ribbon and bow on this one for K27 and Falcons. That's a done.
Sub total 66.000. Lah tadi bilangnya 60.000. Jadi 60.000. Oh, pajak. Pengiriman 9.000. Pengiriman 9.000 ya. Jadi 75. Satu ayam jadi 15.000, guys.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out.
The Besto enak, The Besto kayaknya nggak ada deh di gua deh.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Ayo tier list ayam pinggiran. Oke. Tier list ayam pinggiran. Ayam goreng lokal. Yang ini ya, lebih banyak nih. Oke. Terus Hisana, guys. Sabar. Hisana tuh apa, Cok? Ini banyak yang gua nggak tahu, by the way. Hisana fried chicken. Di mana? Oh, nggak ada deket rumah gua, Cok. Rumah gua kan ini ya, perumahannya kan perumahan orang-orang kaya gitu, Gus. Jadi nggak ada Hisana fried chicken. Nggak ada ini deket rumah gua deh. Nggak tahu gua. Sabana lumayan. The Kriuk apa The Kriuk ya? The Kriuk. Oh. Kayaknya gue nggak pernah deh. Bocor lokasi lu bang. Emang iya ya, nggak ada rumah gue di sini, nggak ada bang. Kagak ada rumah gue di sini, aman. Aman. Gue taunya Sabada, The Kriuk sama The Besto. Gue tahu tapi nggak ini, nggak. Tempatnya dikit artinya nggak enak. Iya ya, belum pernah coba. The Kriuk belum pernah coba. The Besto belum pernah coba. Ini apa, Cok? Olive fried chicken. Rocky yang mana ya? Rocky mana? Rocky gue suka banget Rocky. Tapi ayam begini kan kagak ini ya. Ayam begini kan kagak beda-beda kan? Di lu beda. Di gua beda rasanya. Olive enak. Coba ya. Olive fried chicken. What the fuck? Kok jadi di sini? Mana rumah gua? Lumayan banyak ya. Loh, kok nggak ada, guys? Gue kira banyak. Ini kok Olive fried chicken terdekat. Belum ada di cabang wilayah Tangerang Selatan. Oh, nggak ada, guys. Di Jogja doang, guys. Ini gue juga nggak tahu. Ini apa nih? Udahlah, kan ini banyak yang nggak tahu. Yang gue tahu aja ya. Go chicken biasa aja. Sabana lebih ke enak sih sebenarnya. Mana lagi yang gue tahu ya? Rocky roaster. Bentar, gue taunya Rocky atau Rocky roaster. Olive itu paling enak buat di Jogja. Oh, iya di Tangerang Selatan kagak ada. Sumpah Rocky roaster gue cobain di mana ya? Gue agak lupa tapi rasanya enak sih, enak. Di gua ada apa lagi ya guys? Rocket kayaknya ada deh. Kayaknya nggak ada yang top tier deh. Udah sisanya gua nggak tahu guys. Kaf Yasaka nggak tahu gua, nggak pernah dengar sama sekali. Crash pernah dengar ya? Enggak sih. Salah sih gua nyuruh rating ayam pinggir ke Divine. Iya beda, lu jangan ke gua kan di ini ya. Gua kan di ini, Gus. Daerah gua mah begini-beginian. Lu mau lihat makanan daerah rumah-rumah gua nih seberapa mahal nih, Gus. Nih. Ini ya. Yes, ini di sini nih. Nih. Nih makanan gua nih ya. Makanan gua. Enggak, gua nggak makan beginian, cuma makanan deket-deket rumah gua nih. Ini tahun berapa nih? 2026 Februari. Nih, gomaci, tahu nggak gomaci? Babi sih. Nih, rukonya sebagus ini, Gus. Lu mau expect gua makan ayam goreng? Isinya rumah gua deket begini-beginian semua nih, lu lihat. Tuh. Kan mah rating alkohol enggak juga, gue juga jarang makan alkohol. Minum alkohol. Nih, tuh, Gus. Lu pernah nggak kesini, Gus? Rating jajanan pasar. Jajanan pasar pasti lu pernah makan. Pasti pernah makan sih, Bang. Cuma lupa gua. Terakhir makan kapan kali gue SD kali ya. Nggak suka jajan, Bang. Gua nggak suka jajan. Pernah anjing. Oh, gua kira lu kampung banget gitu loh, Gus. Kayak kampungan gitu, Gus. Nggak ya, guys. Gue bercanda ya. Gue sama Gusti temenan, guys. Jadi jangan... By the way, ini kenapa tiba-tiba panas ya? Sukanya jajan. Ya ampun. Harus servis AC kah? Tier list apa lagi guys? Gua kagak terlalu tahu ini beginian, kagak pernah lihat gua. Nih ya, yang gua tahu cuma ini nih. Yang gua tahu cuma tuh, udah. Cuma ini doang kayaknya. Sisanya gua nggak tahu. Ini kayak pernah lihat deh. Udah sih, itu doang. Tier list apa lagi guys? Sebelum jam 10 bentar lagi sih. Rating klub malam BSD. Lu kira gue suka ke klub malam BSD anjing? Rating yang lu tahu aja ya udah cewek. Aduh, gimana ya, Pal? Ceweknya tuh mau di rating apa ya? Maksudnya gue tahu cewek tuh apa ya? Gue tiap hari tuh cuma di rumah doang main CS gitu, terus lu expect gue tahu tentang cewek. Pemain kah gue guys? Emang muka gue kayak pemain ya? Bukan kayak pemain CS ya? Face kapan main nih? 6 menit lagi bang. Magnojes. Mungkin kali. Cewek aja bilang mungkin. Don't judge a book. Lah delay gini cok. Pari duluan, iya pari duluan bang. Nih mau lihat nonton yang ini.
There brings it back into a reasonable 4-on-4. Bomb starting to make progress towards that site and will be.
Enggak guys, gue bukan pemain guys. Gue tiap hari di rumah doang guys. Menurut kalian gue main sama siapa guys? Main Bumble juga kagak gue. Mending gue main di rumah tapi gue main Bumble gitu.
Now Sway on this site. Glock needs to find something big here too in rebuttal for himself. A third, a nice shot to the head, and it leaves it all up to Kenzazort. 2 kills on the round. Would need to end.
Yuk Bumble, ayo.
As that bomb continues to tick, the time remaining just won't be enough. And P-Vision start off with a nice pistol.
Yeah, it was a real good take there. Very, I wouldn't say aggressive, but firmly planting themselves on towards site, making some good space, obviously, with the utility. Eventually gives them some quick access. And honestly, it was a pretty fundamental execute. And Bait with a little bit of a rebuttal there.
Yeah, James, the big fundamental. I think James is a lot like
that nickname.
Now it is. But it will be P-Vision with a buy once more. As we do see the side of Bait, only pistols, 1 deagle to work with, the rest on the default weaponry. And no one over towards A, where it does seem P-Vision you have a bit more focus towards.
Lu BCT kemarin ikut enggak bang? Kalau beli pisau di Silius aman nggak? Aman sih aman, cuma kalau mau murah di buff.
Was unwarranted in the pregame that I brought up. I have to say I have not watched officials from them on this map, so I don't know.
But I feel like that is definitely a playstyle that leans heavily for cash, obviously, you know.
But you have to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, A site is built for aggression in multiple ways here, as Flit looking like he wants to make his way out towards this vent.
CZ.
In towards checkers. Not necessarily alone, but nobody within reach.
They're going straight into the stack.
Mac-10's going to lead it, though. James, good nade off there. Zwei finds the first one towards Alex, 666. And an advantage, and maybe a little bit more, that Mac-10 cleared some kills, and it is going to be some USB kills coming across the line there, but a clean finish at the end of
Lalu
the day.
kapan turni lagi? Gua main turni kapan lagi? Belum sih, baru mau latihan lagi, Bang. Gua belum latihan sama sekali.
Flowing into your pockets, the up out on the 16-year-old.
Masih lama. Nggak tahu deh
He's got
kapan.
the reactions, man.
I mean, yeah, no, he hasn't hit the age where his reaction time dips off yet for sure, but
He literally has 8 more years before that happens.
Jeez.
Yeah, and that's the start of drop-off. It could also be his peak. We don't know, and that's what's great about young talent like this, especially when they're kind of the opper prodigy.
Ngopi, Bang. Ngopi.
Smoke goes in over towards the highway.
Apa itu, Pal?
3 on the bomb site right now. A strong defense. Op of
Lu kemarin
Sissy,
nongki sama
the
siapa,
first one
Pal?
to find a body. Another shot rings out. No one to answer though. NPL instead finds one for his trouble. Slaxjes trades back right away. The hit's been stalled for the time being, but Slaxjes still wants to get aggressive. Molotov goes out to the mid site. Alex takes a bit of damage through the burn. Sizzy, uncharacteristic miss. P-Vision trying to push out onto the side. It's going to be up to Slaxjes, who does get dispatched of. And James now
Bingung guys mau ngapain ya?
back. Can't take the aggression there. Sizzy absolutely lighting up the scoreboard in this round. 3 for him, and it leaves
Sama
just
teman. Lu
Zwei.
sekarang temannya masih teman kuliah tuh teman sekolah sih? Gue udah bingung mau nongkrong sama siapa sekarang.
There's some money saved up for him personally. Only $50 left in the pocket, so it'll be a tough buy if they even want to focus towards it. Takes contact here, but it is Sizzy, a 4K, and apparently that's just the big game changer that Bait need to bring out here. You know, giving that Sizzy that ability to, you know, get the pick, make some space, completely halt a take. Only positive remarks so far from him.
You know, I was having a conversation with Mike in the green room, and we were kind of saying how Bait has so much potential. I mean, each individual player on this team has such a high ceiling, but Bait as a team, it feels kind of can sometimes be
Numpang
less than the
nonton,
sums
Bang.
of their
Mumpung ada
parts,
streamer Indo.
if
Terima
I
kasih,
may
Bang
to say
Vito.
that. And Sizzy is another player that, I mean, the ceiling for this player is so incredibly high, but he's so young, inexperienced. You can't rely on someone to be able to put up the big numbers every single time.
Oh.
But a game like this would be a great one to do so.
It would, and it's a great proving point against some tenured players on P-Vision over there.
Jersey BH skena banget yang mana ya? Oh iya ya. Fontnya ya.
Again, it's only Glocks
Font
and a
angkanya
single
sih.
Deagle thrown together here for P-Vision. He finds one towards Zello and flash over top. Again, stalls this push just a little bit more and slowly but surely denying access to A main.
Dual stream iya Bang Vito, cuma nggak tahu TikTok gue kayaknya kena shadow ban nih.
He's gonna be there. He's gonna be trained on the angle. He's not going to give up any free space at all. Ascencio also wanted to take space for himself. A labored spray on this way does get the job done, and it's all up to the IGL, who at least is able to find one with the P250, but that'll be all she wrote. And Bait do tie up the score.
I'm a little bit taken back. No one's really, you know, we're only on the 5th round here, but calling it ahead of time, mid's been just kind of left to its own devices. You know, not too much action going on, not really any utility being thrown out there, and it's just kind of a very muted point that, you know, mid's normally the focal point because, you know, you kind of break off to wherever you please at that point, but then again, it's still early on.
Yeah, early on, I mean, it feels like P-Vision is definitely trying to get some conditioning in towards A main, expect the aggression there, but this is really the only time they've had guns. The second gun round has become into play. Kenza's over it up. Only good for one as the new addition of Flit dispatches of him. A 4-on-4 as the mid control you were talking about being so desperately needed has been taken.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing a totally different game at this point. We're seeing Bait spread out 2 to a site, obviously doubled up in towards that vent and checkers area. Senthal, he's going to have to be the first point of contact here. Might spot a barrel or a shoulder out if he's ever so lucky. And it's just battle of the jiggle peaks at this point.
Sit and wait, sit and wait. Who peaks first? It's a It's the opening kill, and now the worry of B main is the presence of all the players still remaining for P Vision are there. Sway creeps in through the site, gets a double for himself, leads the two remaining players of Bait completely out of the zone. Bomb will be planted, and we'll have to see if Bait want to go for this retake.
Nah, I don't think they really should. The money's fine, but CT side, you have AKs. No, unless some random pick can happen at this point, I think they're kind of, yeah, there we go, wave that white flag and just concede the round. They had some good momentum. The money's built up there for the CT side to at least a comfortable position where they don't really have to adapt and overcome anything. They're just going to go back to dropping that off the Sizzy and maybe trying to focus a little more on that mid presence now that they saw that P Vision have.
Sampai match apa bang? Matchnya berasnya sisa Navi. Wah, Navi. Jam 1 pagi ada Vitality lawan 100 Thief bang. Boom.
Just one big boom though.
Belum ya? Belum guys, tuh baru setup. Belum baru setup bang.
Just good positioning there on that fence. Senthil with a good position, but Sway just kind of lurked his way in towards sight, knew the position of at least two of those players there. And that's just a heads-up play that kind of comes with the territory of being...
Sway starting great, excuse me.
Yes.
Slaxajez still playing okay for right now. Hasn't had a pop-off moment quite yet, but early days still in the game. As a different focus on mid for Bait. 3 stacked up in here. No presence fully being felt from the T-Force quite yet, though. Game boosted up with the op.
Caca seru ya guys. Nontonnya seru loh.
Won't be able to catch a body quite yet. Almost a wall bang. As he brought down just a little bit. As Bait do start to reposition. But to fall off mid just a little bit. Being it in the trusty arms of Kenzazor.
Now we've seen kind of in the first minute, a lot of the action kind of happens, and now we're seeing it maybe slowed down a little bit here, starting to give way to the battle of the mid presence here as Kenzor, just barely dodging that op shot, but coming out unscathed, and maybe a nice little flash towards mid, gain some ground here, flash ineffective, but is going to be over towards boxes. And now, man advantage for P Vision with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, Sway gonna come out into the site. Senthil first to find a kill. NPL taps at a few heads. Make it one more. Tries to spray, can't quite land it, and somehow gets Jame behind Slaxajez. But Senthil is there for the immediate trade. Very nice stuff out from MPL. And we do still have quite the close game on our hands. Still tied up. Money not great for P Vision.
This is kind of this is what I was expecting out of this match, in all honesty. You know, maybe a few standout stars here and there, but a very close game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of all on that same level of they made some additions, they made some changes, and I feel like this is one of those, you know, we've seen some really close games today on the first day, and we've seen some not so close games, and I feel like this is going to end more towards that first half where it's potential for overtime.
Yeah, I do think on paper, if you're just looking at it, this is probably definitely one of, if not the closest matchup in the first round of games. And I have to say, I mean, I am more excited for this P Vision roster with Flit than without Flit. Hobbit played surprisingly well for his short time on the side of P Vision, but I do think Flit in every way is just kind of a player you're more prone to want to get on your team, a bit younger, still quite a plethora of experience under his belt.
I mean, and he can just gel with your IGL from a past experience. You know, that always
being away from the game brings the hunger back.
It does. It does. It really does.
Aduh, kapan nih face nih, guys?
500 matches, you know, in the span of however many months that was.
Bosan juga nih.
It does bring a certain flair back to it as Alex takes that first contact towards main, spots out one of those Deagles, but sprays through full blind, connects to the head as Kenzor finds a kill on James in mid. And the numbers slowly
nonton para Vision bosan gak sih?
To just a single player Zway. Ooh, down to 17, and he's out too. Alex closes it out, and that is going to be Bait back in the lead.
quite the serious demeanor for all the players on both these teams. Game also off to a little bit of a slow start. But, you know, granted, money hasn't been great for a lot of the rounds on the side of P-Vision.
Not many bomb plants.
But, with that being said, the
Menurut lu match ini win siapa? Gua nggak tahu sih ya. Kayaknya sih para Vision ya.
That looked about right to me, but
Kok itu nggak kena ya? Apa kena tembok ya?
Right shoulder there and battle the ops. Sizzy right now kind of in the lead, but maybe not for long as, again, back to contesting mid early on, minute 30 in the round, and the T's slowly starting to find a foothold here and there, but nothing really to contest fully in this mid position just yet.
Smoke a little deep. Flit still with a bit of vision, but no one pushed up to an aggressive angle where that would be useful from. And again, another very slow, very methodical round out from P-Vision. What we're definitely more used to from this side. Minute on the clock, though. Surely, first body to hit the floor. Jame loses the op 1v1. With the IGL out of the round.
Gimana ya, guys? 1 menit, 40 detik sia-sia tuh Jame-nya langsung meninggal gitu, guys. Aneh nggak sih? Ngedrive pickin mid begitu. Ini abis ini dia nge-pick lagi kah?
After missing a shot though, and Zwei so comfortable in this B main area. Not quite able to land the shot, making lots of noise. Flash in, Kenzazor not able to land a kill. Still 2 players on this bomb site, so as the T's try to hit out, it won't be an easy one. 15 seconds left. You gotta make the play now. It's now or never. Alex, 666, unleash the beast, but only one. Ascentio still alive on the site, flashed off his Zello.
Wah, kayaknya B8 deh yang menang kalau kayak gini. 40 detik kakak ngapa-ngapain gak sih, guys, tadi?
Instead, it's just Flit to save, not even able to get that up. Still stuck with the AK. A very good showing out from Bait so far. I like stylistically how they play. They do like to get aggressive, even when necessarily it's not needed. But the timing that they're able to use to catch off other teams, it's quite the juxtaposition in this matchup between Bait and P-Vision. 2 very different schools of thought.
And I think that could actually be a downfall for P-Vision here, is maybe they need to speed it up. Go back to what the first 2 rounds consisted of, a little fast-paced action, a nice little just basic execute. We're seeing, you know, a 1-3-1 setup nearly every time past the 4th round here, so take advantage of that. You know, play what you know. And right now, they're down 2 rounds. Pause is coming through. Things got to be talked out and find a way to not only get around, but also just slow down that young Sizzy and make sure he doesn't get that first pick. It doesn't put you at a disadvantage in the first X amount of time.
Ini udah mau tidur nih ngeliatinnya nih, guys.
Dastan trying to lead the troops.
Para Vision nih.
But we do have the timer counting back down. It is time to get back into the action.
Little hero AK.
Hero AK, I mean, at this point in the game, definitely the right time to go for it. Not much to lose, but a lot to potentially gain. Also, that was saved from last round, so
that's true. Yeah, you are 100% accurate. Sorry, that's a good call. Good call. Picking up the slack where I fall short, and that's why we're such a dynamic duo, Donnie.
P-Vision picking up the slacks at Jez. All right. The other new player on the team, again, not quite having huge impact yet, but hasn't really been put in the position to
Hello,
do
Razer.
So. I mean, most of the impactful kills have come from the side of Zwei, busting into the bomb sites. And speaking of busting into a bomb site, P-Vision are lined up outside of B. No one showing their presence to the opposite, who's been so mobile this game so far. Jame only legged, but it does allow the pistols to try to push out a little bit further. Sizzy repositions in a close angle on the doorway. Flash doesn't catch him off, and he takes down the rifle of Flit. Kind of stuck in no man's land. It's a bit awkward, but the nade and USP combined to find one more kill. How the hell is Sizzy still alive? Ascentio also to follow up with a kill, and Zello finds the AK off the body of Flit, but not even a single point of damage done to any of the players on Bait.
Sizzy just snaking his way through checkers, back and forth, repositioning, not knowing what they're going to come up with, and it closes out without a single point of damage done. Sizzy, you would have thought maybe he gets 1, maybe 2 if he's really good, which obviously he is. but that man lived with still 100 HP, not any damage done, and P-Vision falling flat on a round where there was a little bit of potential, you know, kind of going back to that maybe a little more sped up theory that I was trying to pitch to them. But now they're down to AKs again, and Flint, sadly, falling short to a Tech 9. But on a map like this, Tech 9 can put you in actually a pretty good advantage.
A game like this, Tech 9 can put you in a good spot. I mean,
yeah.
Still definitely a very valuable weapon to have on the team. Not as good as the 5.7, the best gun of all time ever.
I'll never argue that point. You know that.
Oh, we can go back to the old R8. Now that's a gun. Sissy burned out from the Molotov, forced to reposition once more.
Kagak ngapain lagi kah?
Vision looked to do very similar
B kontak aja. Tuh. Ya ampun, polosin lagi ya, guys.
Into the scope of Sissy is always a bad idea. P-Vision hasn't seemed to quite figure that one out yet. And as
loncat lagi, Jing.
Jump spot does allow aggression from Zello. He's able to crack open the bomb site, leaving a Sentinel far back all the way towards the tree rooms, blocked off by a smoke, and a bomb site conceded to the likes of
P-Vision. 100.000. Gua lagi nonton, Mei.
Oh, a little bit of that mid presence now starting to fall as Penzazor also falls himself.
Coach aja udah ngamut. Emang iya?
Gue
juga udah ngamut.
Up towards heaven, waiting to rally the troops behind him either towards heaven or Trey. Looks to
pengen nonton face.
Kind of be heaven favored position here.
Ntar 1v1.
A little bit of a deeper smoke
Maksudnya apa tuh?
giving them some space in towards that site, so you have to deal with that A main presence maybe around, walking around, and Slaxages obviously finds that kill towards Alex, makes it 2, maybe a 3rd here, but Essential does find the trade, but he is last line.
Belum mulai nih.
1v3, and it seems like P-Vision have finally found some
4 menit lagi, guys.
Hopefully it's not just that quick flash.
Sentinel trying to go for
ntar 1v1 price pool 5 juta. Apa tuh?
But everyone was escaped from the side of that point.
Vitality kapan? Vitality jam 1.
It will just be P-Vision getting the round. No more casualties needed.
You know, this is still a close matchup, realistically.
It is.
6-6 very possible still, obviously.
It feels
6-4.
honestly more one-sided. I think it's just the type of rounds
Ya tahun lalu.
each team, you know?
Yes, yes. And it kind of leads to the point that this is a close game with one of, you know, your players,
udah mau setahun ya.
You know, your IGL Opper going 1-8 currently. So if this
udah mau setahun ya.
wakes up and finds some footing on cash, I think Bait are going to be in trouble because right now they're leaning pretty heavily into Sizzy making the plays, making the opening area for them to obviously find those kills and success. But if Jameson start to kind of counter what they're throwing at them, then this P-Vision could kind of swell into the second.
Face. Udah kita nontonin ini aja gimana, guys? Kita nontonin ini deh. Pick apa?
And Nuke is exactly where the game is going to be played out. A map they haven't played against each other. A map that allows for a bit more
asik sih Nuke.
I think for Boomage, especially during the major, when we watched BB team play on Nuke in particular.
Udah mau setahun gua kenal lu, iya ya. Growth lu gila lumayan, Mei. Makin lupa lu ye.
To a default, to a yard focused execute as well. Sorry, a yard focused
makin lupa lu ye.
So it came in a lot of different
Justru makin
variations
kangen
from
gak
BB
sih?
team.
Makin ingat.
I'm curious to see what I'm going to get for them. The last time we saw them play was 5 weeks ago, and that's the game where they lost to FaZe 2-0, you know, in a game that wasn't even a game. They got 8 rounds over the course of 2 maps. So you'd assume the BB team have been home, been practicing, been leading up, and also target this tournament as sort of their Super Bowl, as you described it for Big early on. They need the wins. They need the VRS points. If they want to be part of the major, enter stage 1, stage 2, they need to acquire some points, and beating FaZe Clan is a good way of starting for BB team.
And you know, I think this goes without saying, guys, I'm going to go ahead and put the ball in your court as well as the fans at home, because obviously we need you to go ahead and get your match play pick'ems in. We need to know who you think is going to win. And in doing so, that QR code will pop up. For you guys, I want to know where your pick'ems are in this one. What is it? Could be considered an even keel. Dupree, you seem to be sweating around the brow. What is it, bud?
I think, you know, Netio said it himself, it's a very open game. It's very 50-50, right? I think Nuke will play in the hands of both teams.
Itu mereka nekan mouse-nya tipping atau ditekan saja, Bang? Maksudnya tipping atau ditekan saja?
You know, I've been around for a long time. You know, I've seen FaZe how good they can be, and also the success they've had in CS2. So I want to see FaZe do better, right? I want to see this rebuild. I wanted to see it working. That I do think that BB team also deserve to show that they can continue their stride from the major.
So what are you saying?
FaZe.
FaZe, there you go. I don't know, man. To be completely honest, I think FaZe have the upper hand right here in the matchup. I always put my
pakai
faith
ujung
in
jari.
Twisted and Frozen, but in terms of the overall, I think
Pada
BT
akhir-akhirnya
have
kan
a high
ditekan
chance
tapi
of
kalau
beating
pakai ujung
the team
jari.
to look out for the rest of the season.
Kalau pakai ujung jari atau enggak tergantung grip lu.
Let's see if you guys know exactly what you're talking about. Let's get this game underway.
Maksudnya ditekan banget gitu. Kayaknya ditekannya lumayan ditekan banget deh, soalnya kan mereka kan adrenalin ya. Red face 1 to 10. 8 lah, 8. Ini kayaknya menang deh face. Api mereka lagi gede banget gak sih? Api mereka,
I'm looking forward to this one. My name's Machine and I'm joined by Chatty B. You can call him Sponge. We've got Team BB on one side of the server and FaZe Clan on the other. Cheeky best of one on Nukavor maps.
Yeah, Boomish's boys up in the post.
Yuk 30 detik guys.
FaZe. Obviously, Jay Bowen, Nateju, interview with Frey a little bit earlier. The hometown lad official signing to FaZe just yesterday, so that's gonna feel damn good.
I think generally FaZe are feeling good. You know, I think for me personally, I looked at the FaZe roster and it looked like, okay, well they're not going to be able to rebuild. I made assumptions. It didn't feel like it was going to be an easy task to get back on top, back chasing those VRS points and back to where you once were. To, of course, top 5 at their peak.
Yeah. So right now you have the HLTV World Rankings coming in at 10. That's FaZe, that's not too shabby. 11 in the VRS.
Bang suka jadi ngerasa aneh gak sih kalau lagi tegang megang mouse? Iya dong. Ya nggak sesuai apa yang lu biasa rasain kan.
Rivals or the major. It's the major. But the point being that the invites are out for all the other tournaments and FaZe just missed out. So this is going to be a tough one. As far as the tournament goes, in terms of the matchup, the head-to-head, there was just a month ago in China, XSE. In the quarterfinals, and well, FaZe had their way with them. We're talking an absolute stomping there, a 13-2 and a 13-6. A different map today. Last time round it was Cash and Ancient. Today we find ourselves on Nuke, and I think we're ready to get this one underway.
Best of ones. It is it's a brutal introduction to the format. You just have to get your win, 2 and you're through, and 2 and you're out. And they get the whole roster this time, Chad. We get to see the Team BB that they always wanted to be.
BB juga gak kalah bagus, yoi.
I think it's going to be tough to live up to those results from the
komen. Ke buff aja bang, buff. Lu ke Discord gua bang.
With Flamus, who earlier today in the Game Elite
Discord gua lihat chat.
Game and sitting pretty.
Pakai buff
aja.
We
have a little bit of a tech issue before we can get this one underway.
A classic.
Well, it's more for the stakes. Alex, you're mentioning 2 and you're through. Well, we know who the winner of this one will be taking on its legacy. Right?
Okay.
They made light work of their opening best of one earlier today, so we will know who the winner of this gets to take on. And I think that's a great opportunity for either FaZe or Team BB to just, I don't want to say skip.
Gue lebih suka nonton kau stream gini daripada stream asik karena gue baru kesin CS. By the way, Falcon ada nggak bang? Falcon tadi bang. Coba lu mundur sejam lalu.
In their current form, what we've seen from XSE and then Blast Bounty, so yeah, they've got a pretty good shot at it. For Team BB, I'm a little bit more worried.
Rate BC game 1 to 10.
What I would consider a very, very slow downward slide. Now, I guess when you set the top of the mountain, they're top 8 at the major.
Dari rosternya sih ya lumayan lah, 9 lah 9.
And now here we have to see, are they the team that can deliver the same level of Counter-Strike?
Got a lot of love, got a lot of time for Boomich as well. A redemption arc for him, making a run to the stage at that major. Let's see if they can dust themselves off and do it again. FaZe,
gas.
Start for FaZe. And it's going to be on the attack for Team BB.
Dual Redders for Nateju. Smoking a flash for Jay Bowen. And a slow start out the gates. Door blown off, lurk smoke in. Vent questions asked as Twist peppers away, hoping to get some info, slow them down, and he'll take that vent. So he can rotate up, sure, but it's not going to make life easy as the top pop lined up.
Direct, straight to main.
Okay.
Okay, and he's got 4 yard space, J-Bo in the first to fall. Now Locker's wrap open. Dilladez walking round the corner. Easy pickup for Jacob. He's got more though. Magnajez and Boomich on Lockers. Could be that double swing. He needs that first bullet. He's done very well. Jacob's pistols.
Jacob, boleh nih Jacob ya.
He should be able to collect. Oh yeah.
Okay, well, some nice shooting there and a creative pistol. Siren can't salvage a frag out of that one, but I like the idea, right? The Heaven and Hell
Asik,
wrap,
asik.
doing it through main.
Anjir,
You ask
ada
the questions,
Stitch.
the potential vent drop, then they leak through. The top
Ada
players,
boneka
this
Stitch.
is where you think you draw that rotation
Gue
point.
juga punya
and they've
nih.
even got that
Gue
opening
sama kayak
incision.
Jebon kan.
So I like the idea. It's Jacob's multi, the pole, slowing them down. Yeah, Magnajez putting his body on the line for that one. And we know that Magnajez is one of the heavy hitters in this roster. The firepower is going to have to come from him and Diladez. As we will see them go into a force with
Kalian sebutin itu nggak guys kalau punya cewek, ceweknya ngasih boneka, kalian bawa bonekanya ke tempat monitornya kayak Jebon.
Nobody on T roof with a Hut Molly or a Mustang Molly. They draw a twist towards Yard with the smokes, and well, here they come. You've got Natu on the site, Jacob on the rafters.
And Natu, he could unload with the MP9. He's actually elected to drop off of that vantage point. Boomich onto Jacob on board.
Kok dia nggak nembak aja ya?
And they should get the plant to follow.
Awkward retake. You're going to hope for, yeah, something like that. Through the smoke, a little bit of tracer fire that Twist can, well, trace. Boomich next to fall, Frozen from Heaven's side. Siren does well outrange the Tech 9, besting Frozen, but it's all falling apart. You have got the plant. You haven't got the rank.
Iya, aku bawa ke WC juga bang, bagus.
If you go by the book, we would be expecting Team BB just to take the save. There'll be some light upgrades here, but if they wanted, they could shove again, right? The lost bonus building, the plant there. You've got players sitting at about that 3.3k mark. We're talking Galil, head armor, util. But that's another round for phase. Take time out, so Frozen having a chit-chat. And if you can hear some of the ambient noise coming through, it is a lot going on here at EWC, let me tell you that much. We got it all under one roof, walking around. We took a look at the player lounge a little bit earlier. They are
Di face star player-nya siapa?
But we get to
Star
access
player
it as well,
siapa
so
guys?
I suppose that's a good thing.
No complaints. Absolutely no complaints.
Barista goes a long way, doesn't
Yeah, seriously. They've got everything you could possibly desire and then some as well. I think we saw a
Gue
couple
nggak terlalu
of
ngikutin face. Frozen ya, bukan Frozen ya?
Yeah. Hext was in there.
M80 putting their feet up.
Yeah, theirs was post-loss, so it's a little bit harder, isn't it? All right, well, the report of a small audio issue, we'll get that one sorted. And as I was mentioning the potential for a force again, we are seeing it starting to take shape. Now, you can't see it, but I can, and I'll let you know I see 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and Zordi will come in with that 4th. So they've kept the pressure on, right? The fact that FaZe in these rounds have had to scrap back in. I know it's only 2 rounds played.
Twist kan sekarang IGL bang.
FaZe to just build a massive bank, and if you went into a light buy, that is what could start to unfold. Biggest issue for BB team in this scenario is the limited util. So is the opening move the follow through?
Galil
Are
semua.
they hoping to be fakey because you're going to be more limited with those options? So the opening stance staunch from Twist, looking for a fight on Yard.
Does feel like the odds are stacked against them when you look at the Galils and you look at how little grenades. Everyone's just got 1 left. Boomich throws his out. And they are audible. Twist relays the information. Multiple bodies descending secret. You can see the reaction immediately. Frozen will descend. Looks like Jaboan's considering it. Well, housekeeping on ramp side.
This is what I mean about the util. Now we've got a smoke and 2 flashes. You need to find the finish. Fortunately, you have some space, right? If they got stalled out here and didn't get secret, they would be in a world of hurt. So Boomich on the lurk, the in-game leader, a lot of talking. You got Siren who wants to make a move through lobby, see if he can catch a push. And then you, as mentioned, have Frozen down towards B.
Something that fills me with a little confidence is seeing Diladez with the bomb and a smoke. There's a chance to be able to get this bomb down and cause a bit of a commotion. Siren looks like he's about to be a dead man to Jaboan. Boomich has removed Twist, though, from the Yard side and will dip back to lurk out. Easy from Frozen, standing his ground for 2. Jaboan a burst to Magnajez's face, and they know where Boom was.
And this is the problem.
Easy
because
game.
you opted for Force Buy after Force Buy, this time you don't make the dent. You don't get the bomb down. And now you might be considering the save, and that's if it's allowed. You've got Jacob down the ladder. If you poke your nose in, you low, and you're removed from play. 3-0, spotless start from FaZe. And now the most comfortable and easy round coming up next, because BB team have to respect the finances. They have to just take a light buy.
Bantai kakak, kayaknya di CT bisa bantai deh di CT.
Comfortable is a word I'd use for the majority of these. I know financially it looked like BB team were vying to try and break through. But for FaZe, this is probably, this feels quite casual right now.
And this is the one where you hope not to give over any casualties, right? You're probably going to lose 1 or 2 in the mix, but if you're FaZe, the round should feel a bit more like a gimme. You've only got the Scout for Zorti, some pistol upgrades of 2 Digs, 1 for Siren, 1 for Diladez. That's been spotted and heard, so Jaboan wants to see if he can deal with this one swiftly. MAG255 on that main roof. We're seeing if they want to go for a deeper pick. So protecting MAG255's position, and oh dear.
What?
Okay. Well, they don't need to see each other for that exchange to go down. Siren and Nate, you're locking horns.
He has no idea how close he came as well. 97 in what, 3? Nice pick off on the smoke break. Zorti caught out back red. They're not giving him anything here, Chad, and understandably so. Like you said, trying to minimize the casualties. Next, you should probably just be hiding. And Twister's got Yard on lock.
Unless he wants an upgrade, and then go and offer yourself to the gods and see what you can do. Hold on to that MP now for as long as you can, huh? Okay, well.
Excruciating these rounds now. You've got the disadvantage. You kind of know your
Spirit kapan main Spirit barusan kalah bang.
Are minimal. Oh, especially now. Diladez has just been removed. Jay Bowen catches on the smoke.
Lagi mood nobar, iya ya. Lagi mood nobar nih,
They
Bang
did
Kiro.
hear him drop, so under the impression that he's probably still there. Nice pick off, drops into main, and he's out of there.
Okay, all 5 staying alive.
First round with the AWP for Jay Bowen, leaves with 3 kills.
I just want a reminder for everybody, as the veto, BB team had the choice between Inferno or Nuke. They opted to take it to Nuke, but the last time they played it was back at the Major. They didn't play it at XSE. They played at the Major against Aurora on stage in the playoffs, and
that's right.
It was the end of their run.
It was quite a dominant win.
Yeah, it was uninspiring. That's where my questions about this team start to come into place, because you had Flammus, you had lower pressure, but we got the guns out.
Okay, Lance, where are we going? Zorti to escort, top silo.
So there's extra HE here for Jay Bowen. He can break again.
Waduh.
Oh, look at the top of the head there, spotted, and Zorti did not block Twists. Tracks him as he dismounts.
Another HE break.
Burst blood, a little flash for garage control, confirming no one's pushed too far forward.
And this is really nice from Twist. He didn't just relinquish control. Sure, Siren's gotten down the vent. There's no rotation for that right now, but he doesn't have the bomb.
Nice banget. Roster face sekarang udah klop belum? Udah nih, kelihatannya sudah.
Right now, do they want to try and go down Squeaky Door? They could scuttle a smoke, drop down the vent, try and join up with Siren, and then breach into that bomb site. I think they'll be held at bay for a moment longer. That one lands at around the 50-second mark, and that might force their hand to either just sit back, wait,
atau mungkin karena Nuke.
or again try their luck at
Nggak tahu ya kenapa mereka pilih Nuke.
Hurry up and wait option.
Check in on Siren, just maintaining that vent rotate. Obviously has to make a sound if he wants to progress further.
Okay, so Boom is just going to molly top hard.
Ninja spotting one and nearly has Nate dead. Should finish him with the flame. Nate 12 HP and alive and kicking, getting awkward in a 5-on-3. 20 seconds, they're just running into Jacob. And that is clean from FaZe. Another shutout and some AK upgrades.
Very clean, very nice, guys.
For me, because Boomich also had the smoke. So if he left the smoke with a lobby player, they comboed the smoke, vent, and then the molly at the same time. But a Squeaky Door walkout, that's pretty common. I'm surprised they didn't just go for down the fireman pole.
Yeah.
I know they didn't know what light on the other side, but right now it's looking pretty dim out there for Team BB. Like they're in the darkness with some of the decision making, but still, with the buying pattern that they chose to go for early with back-to-back 4 spies, that's their first rifle round, and we're already 5 rounds deep.
You have, through this buying pattern, definitely dug yourself into quite a nasty position.
Fortunately, you have the max loss bonus.
Max win.
That's that's nice, right? So you take a light buy now, and then you get back into it into the next. I'd say let's bring out a Zorti AWP. He's yet to get a kill. You can bring out a hero AK in a round like this if you'd like. So they are getting some upgrades going. MAG255 with a Galil Kevlar. Zorti will be saving for the AWP. And fast smoke or yard.
That's going to nullify Jay Bowen. He gets 1 HE to have a sweep and nothing spotted. Poor break.
Ooh.
Easy. Oh, and another onto MAG255. Just a shooting gallery for Jay Bowen. Every time they go yard, they leave with missing teammates, missing limbs. MAG255 and Boomich sidelined. You have got down there. Zorti's got the bomb on his back. And no CTs yet to rotate down.
Ditinggal gini, guys.
You know Vence is likely off limits. Frozen on his way. getting himself across, a bullet connecting to the Kevlar of Frozen. Mission accomplished as far as BB are concerned. You got yourself a plan. Are you going to get around?
Is you still worried about this lurk?
And he's not wrong. Siren is going to worm his way through the smoke, and perfect camera to highlight the timing on that one. And just a really patient retake.
Well, they all had kits. You know, they're doing it together, which is a really good sign that communication's on point. Dilladez first frag. No, it will not be. Jacob will roll him over. Now we'll get the guns out again. So second full gun round. Coming into round
nice banget ya, guys ya.
Very, very comfortable stuff. I think the lack of kills is the most concerning part of this right now. You've got 0 on Zordy, 0 on Dilladez, and 2 apiece for the other 3. So that's only 6 frags and 6 rounds of play.
Yeah, and J Bowen alone has 9.
He's been a fun addition to this roster. Bring a lot of energy.
Musuh diginiin gimana ya guys? Bingung nih.
Players, right? Obviously it can be a risk. They can be a bit nervy.
Absolutely.
But if
ini penting nih buat Bad Boom nih guys.
Third highest rated player for them. They're 25 maps played so far. Still Twist and Frozen towards the top of the scoreboard as you'd expect.
Gue ya nonton aja bingung harus ngapain guys.
It's been consistent and persistent with these smoke wall breaks, right? They've funneled a bunch in round after round.
Oh wait, I thought we were seeing a nerdy Molly lineup there trying to take Frozen out of his roost. And flash and go. Frozen tucks in. He's got a lot of pressure. Rotation from J Bowen to try and lend a hand. He gets vision and no one clearing. Siren not looking. Frozen making this casual. 20 bullets in the mag. He takes 3.
Eksekusinya jelek gitu guys.
Situation.
Full blind.
Thought he know it yet, but he can just head down towards that B bomb site and get that down and start playing this post-plant situation. So this is telling the BB team don't really have a good understanding of what the rotations look like right now. They're clearing every nook, every cranny. That's giving time for FaZe to go on a scouting mission of their own. Nateju takes lobby. Jacob paired up now with the boss man Twists. They're starting to search this one out.
Power position for MAG255. He is going to need to provide the double here. Oh, Nateju coming vents as well. Lots of pressure. Losing Zort. He puts it all onto MAG255. Attention drawn. Back presented. And Nateju picks up a freebie. Double kill from him.
At least Zordy got on the board.
Keren juga ya ini Lorama ini. Apa ini namanya guys?
Triple on the ram side.
I've got the teams just behind us here, so we can hear all the hoot and hollering. And then down the row, we've got Astralis players. We've got that B stream going on as well. But this half is still recoverable as far as the scoreline is concerned. I'm more worried about the individuals. They get a bit more output. They're not really warmed into this one just yet. They can still get, well, 5 rounds is the max. If they could get themselves a 8-4 half, even a 9-3 and a pistol,
Nateju ke face
you give them a chance, but right now it's domination.
Oh, and I love it. Perfect time for an aggressive orb maneuver. J Bowen, he's been such a thorn in their side on Yard, and now suddenly, round 8, he's gone and drawn blood in the lobby.
Yeah, they are flowing
Gila Bad Boom padahal kemarin di major lumayan loh.
Maneuver for an orb to be going for.
Can't catch a bloody break right now.
And we all, know this feeling. A half where suddenly you're helpless, your opponents are gods. And hang on, Siren removing Frozen, keeping empty hands on the ramp player could enable a bit more. Twist, Nateju, everyone's trading blows. Boomich down, it's into the 3-on-2. Advantage phase, but with MAG255. Oh no! Oh, you just got no scope trying to go
J-Bo-nya juga di mana-mana anjing.
FaZe have a
where did they find this lad?
Great understanding of the situation.
J Bowen.
Yeah, he's had some explosive moments for the team over the couple of events. As I mentioned, the post-Brokey era. So I think he's definitely delivering more impact for the team on the scoreboard.
Jago sih ini J-Bo ya.
Posting up towards the door, looking just to punt this one in. We've got about 35 seconds left on the clock, and just one man with a hope and a prayer. And that'll be that. Okay. Jacob puts a bow on it, and this could not look any better.
this is, like you said, recoverable. So for FaZe, it is keep the boot on the throat. Do not allow them to catch a breath, and do not allow momentum to build before you swap sides. And a play like this to start, like, it really will shatter what little confidence you may still have.
Gila, bingung sih jadi Batmum sih, bingung sih
I
jujur.
think it's key right now for that to be the vibe in the FaZe camp of don't let up, right? You're not aiming to win 13-0, but you know that this is CT side nuke, and sure, you've had a great start, but you don't want to have one slip up and let them back in this game. This one's a bit more of a yard-heavy focus from the T's. We're going to have the silo play as well as the move coming out the lower deck, and an extra smoke wall lines up.
Really interesting mix-up. So Twist starts yard, Frozen supports him, Jibowen's on the ramp.
And they're about to be in main.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto that top player. Nateju needs to trade. Jacob unable to provide. Trade onto Twist boots. He jumps evasively, and he's got away with it. That's a funny one. He should be dead to MAG255. I say that as the... Oh, Dilla Dez is having a nightmare. You can see him reclining in his chair.
Kirain menang yang ronde ini, ternyata kalah juga, guys.
Is blowing his brains out.
And that's with the opening as well. They've been very, very hard to come by. That's the second opening kill for MAG255 in this one so far. It's the third in total for the T-Hall.
Who was that on silo trying to track Twist's toes? That was a funny exchange.
They're lucky to get away with his life on this one. This is the entry I'm talking about. Bang! Great shot. Exactly what you need. But then, the feed is just blue. Everybody delivering. Letting out a big roar. Twist line.
Nunggu lama ya dibantai. Iya, nunggu lama. Mainnya cuma 10 menit, anjing.
Left in this half a play.
Tadi yang mau bunuh si Twist siapa sih yang nembakin kaki itu ya? Di Ledes ya? Atau siapa, guys? Atau Siren?
Haven't lacked ideas.
Certainly not. There's always a change-up. There's always an idea.
They've lacked multis. They've lacked openers.
And this might be, again, the perfect move.
Yeah, it's so risky for Twist to push through this, though, without some type of support.
He gets Siren for free, potentially. It depends how long he's planning on lurking around. Oh, even a bit of spam onto Dilladez there. He's not quite... Oh, did he
Kelihatan.
saw enough?
Yeah.
Udah liatin aja sih.
And he goes. He's going to catch this lurk. Siren can't...
Oh, no. Okay. That's the first real faux pas that's been made by FaZe.
He's just like me, for real.
It happens. It happens.
This is crazy knowing you've lost Secret. You're going to have to take this lobby space. So they are trying to get some room, but coming back the long way around is Siren. This will level us up 4v4. Okay, bomb's just gone down 40 seconds. Start counting. Retake on.
Up close with Tech9s. It really does look like this could be the first for BB. Jibowen, not the weapon you want up close versus the Tech9. No scopes have been hitting though. This time not ready for Boom. Oh, and Boomich finding two up close and personal. The Tech9s converting.
Ya hoki lah ya guys.
They break through 10
Satunya juga hoki nggak sih hitungannya guys? Padahal kan twistnya udah bener tuh di situ.
Round on the board. It's something.
But this is it.
Tapi ya satu guys.
So it's very hard to sit here and be
sih,
excited about this and a comeback.
But I'm trying, man.
But this is the thing. If they get 9-3, sure, the scoreline doesn't read very favorably. You win the T-side pistol. They either force a Rico, you win that one. Right, first gun round goes your way. Game's back on. So sure, that was with Tech9s. Twist's aim wasn't great on that frag, but I don't think that was the costly one, right? They were down secret.
Kalau comeback sih sebenarnya lucu pal kalau comeback. Cuma kayak, aduh, kok miss? Cuma kayak nggak mungkin nggak sih?
Can they get themselves another
Gue nge-jinx nih guys.
I'm gonna warm up again. They want to try and pressure ramp of Frozen. Seen this a couple of times. Nade in the pocket. Decent damage done.
Yeah, connects onto Siren and Sorty. Frozen ahead of the flashbangs, but there's one that catches him. Perfect play from Siren. Jibowen in a lot of jeopardy. Dips back. Style points on the Deagle swap.
Well, now you're forced to heavy rotation, so this is where the mid-rounding of Boomich can come into play. You've got this lurk outside of MAG255, going to look some room, see if he can pick somebody up in rotation.
Twistnya gimana guys?
You see such uncertainty from Twist. They had no info on Yard, don't know how far they've progressed.
Yeah, this is a 2-2, so this is very tough if it does turn into a top play. Twists alongside of Nature will be stressed. There's a lot to consider. So, excuse me, Jacob.
Aduh, Twist.
MAG255 versus Twist. Finds the headshot cleanly. Trade from Boomich. Necessary. Just Jacob back of the site. Low HP.
Bomb still ramp.
And the bomb still ramp with 40 or 30 seconds remaining. Nachu in the right position and confirms B presence. Going for that headshot angle, does do damage to Dilladez. Important frag from Sorty. Boomich will punish Jebowen on the door. Important pickup, stops the AWP.
They've got money, so Jacob can give this one a go, right? This is a very tough 1-on-3, but he has no reason not to go for it. Jacob, what do you got for us?
Starts off descending the stairs, spots a flash of flash, sees Boomich retreating. Understandably, you're going to be playing the advantage. Jacob got to force the issue, unable to track or even pull the trigger. Important second consecutive round from Team BB.
Okay, so FaZe will be able to get the full buy, but I think NKJ, I like this timeout. I think that this is key for a couple of reasons. First, just lock them in for this
dapetin
final round,
dapetin satu terakhir guys, 10-2
those frustrations that were brewing for how you lost the last two. It's also a good opportunity now because we don't have the normal 2 to 3 minute halftime break, right? It's only going to be 30 seconds. So right now,
Dilladez 0-10. Iya, dia tuh ini
get ahead of some of the frustrations now.
Prajurit yang tidak membunuh guys.
Quick 30 seconds that you're going to have. So he wants double digits and he wants it now. Have everything they need. Diffuse gets across the board. Everybody has head armor. Fought for J-Bowen. Full sets of nades. They'll leave flashes at spawn. They've had a very dominant half, but again, it is a game of two halves, right? There's a reason that the CT and the T sides, different objectives, is we get this one back underway. Zordy with the AWP. Looks to want to take that first pick outside. Deep molly, and Twist will throw that up to Silo. Image on a deeper line.
Bau-baunya kill pertama dia nih. Ini kill pertamanya dia sih kayaknya sih.
See the openers of the round starting to take shape for both of these teams. J-Bowen rotated back now. Second smoke wall in. Jacob will break this. Hello.
Aduh, nggak kelihatan.
Did he? No, maybe the flash obscured. Magna jets towards the main now. Knows tracking from Twist doesn't connect. It's a question for Jacob, and he has found the answer. Important from Dilladez. There's one on Siren, onto Jebowen.
Dilladez skill pertama guys kan, bener.
Just Nachu tucked to the back of the site, and they're about to apply a lot of pressure. Molly lands, Siren's wide, and it should be round. Just frozen to get past. Now spotted, audible. And Zorty's AWP might be the one to close this down. Yes, indeed. An end to the half. 3, it recovery.
9-3 guys.
And I think Dilladez is happy he got a kill. So the fact he got on the board there finally in the tail end of that one will put a smile on your face for the wrong reasons, but you do want to shrug it off, right? Nobody wants to...
tiga pal. Nggak lucu lah guys. Nggak mungkin nggak sih guys? Nggak mungkin kayaknya dah.
When anybody came knocking, they were delivering, right? It was very dynamic in terms of the opening kills. Everybody was able to deliver in that department. Everybody was able to find multi-kills. Everybody with multiple multi-kills. So that's just a really strong CT side. Now this is where we're going to put them under the microscope. This is where the scrutiny will come in. We're looking T side now. If they can get the pistol, they can get it done with nice and quick. You lose the pistol, this could be a comeback starting to unfold. So 3 straight. FaZe stem the bleeding now. Or do Team BB start bringing this one back into a conversation? Remember, winner of this will take on Legacy. And winner of that will be in the 16-team playoff bracket. P250 of J-Bowen, given the opportunity to search. Got main smoke, scuttles in.
Unbreakable for Boomich. P250 versus USP, it's a fair fight. Not ready for Jacob up close, and it's a tough fight.
What the fuck?
The penetration on the box is not good enough. Looked like he did get a headshot, but healthy is Boom. Dilladez confirms J-Bone down double doors. He's got the perfect timing. A free kill in the back of the head. And we could have a flawless pistol.
See how quick it goes from a 9-0 scoreline to a 9-4 with FaZe on the T side. No plant. So if they do force fight, extremely limited.
They don't want to give him anything, Chad.
Understandable.
Oh, that's a shot!
All right. Boomich walks away from that one somehow. I thought as soon as he was pinned towards Unbreakable, he was going to get swarmed. Jacob should have had him dead to rights there. It looks like it is going to be the eco. This is really the better of the options, because if you let the flow-on effects of Force by Wars early trickle too long, then FaZe will be deep before they start getting the guns out again. Remember, it was round 5 in the first half before we saw Team BB fully strapped. FaZe are going to want to get there a little bit quicker
Live AI nggak kan lagi dimintain bang.
We're going to have a tough time discussing the possibilities of even a plant. That would really help out. We might see some Galils come into
Nggak copyright Bang Helmi, dibolehin, diizinin. Mungkin comeback nggak sih guys? Mungkin sih, mungkin banget sih kalau Nuk mah sebenarnya. Sedih aja gitu sih.
I think when you look at these type of rounds that take shape, this is a good opportunity for educating the viewer, I guess, Alex. We had an anti-eco setup, right? 2 towards ramp, 2 towards top, and you had 1 passive out. It's like, well, the worst thing that could happen is we get deagled outside in this type of round. So let's make sure that we lock down these sites.
And lock down the sights they shall. Very comfortable for Siren until it wasn't. A lovely double headshot out of Jacob's Glock. At least puts something on the board for FaZe in the full eek. But we are on our way to a very real comeback. If they can find themselves something on the first gun, FaZe will start feeling that pressure. That pressure that was completely absent in the 9-0 start. MR12, it really has made anything possible. Doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Just ask NRG.
They'll never live that down, will they?
No, I don't think so.
Pakai roster akademi dulu apa gimana AE nanti? Hah? Enggak dong, udah full yang roster yang AE. Waduh. Nggak ada yang meninggal guys.
So you've got ramp, but what else?
It's a lot of damage done to J-Bowen and Jacob here. They are just going to hit the pause because now they have the Util. They're hoping to force that rotation, see if they can catch anybody, and they're rerouting now heavily back towards lobby to join Frozen. It's forced 2 players down, Util being left and juggled. Thought he wanting to stay nimble. This is still very, very tough for FaZe. I know they got this space early, but they haven't overplayed their hand yet. They've been starting to make a move. They could get caught here.
Aaron on high alert. Nachu lurking ramp. And
dicek lagi guys remnya
This is
guys.
the fight. Can you call ramp clear? Can you inform your squad? It's all about the timings here. Diladez pathing. He knows it's a necessary clear. Head to head for Nachu. He's in trouble. Tagged up by the M4. He still hits the heady. Diladez
Diledes kill 2 anjing, Diledes. Kill lu nggak sih itu?
J-Bowen makes it so. Nice dunk back. MAG255 a double before he's felled. Now Siren at the back of the site, and he's good for 2. Nachu, last seen ramp. Feels unwinnable. Siren confirms it and swings on in to secure it. High impact. Harosh says Boomich, and he's right. They are going in the right direction.
And this is one of the, well, not problems, this is Counter-Strike, right? The fact that you're 9-0 down, you know that, hey, we just need a couple of rounds on the T side of nuke, and then we can start working back into the game. And that's exactly what's starting to unfold in front of our eyes. Now, it would be bad to lose to a light buy at this stage of the game. This is where you need to keep it as spotless as what FaZe did. And this is where Twists, in combination with NK, are going to be tested in the calls. Because I like that call, because either you did it because you know Diladez is having a bad game and you want to explode him, that's fine. Or you know that your boys can be rabid dogs once you get them out into a bit of space. You use the pace, so you're unable to find what was necessary for the finish. So you can just see Deagles are plenty. J-Bowen saving for that AWP. We'll watch FaZe put their aim on display if they want to have a crack at this one.
FaZe Clan individuals are not to be underestimated on these sidearms.
And the round that got BB Team going in the first half was a Tech 9 round. I know we're not quite there yet. It's a bit more Util in that one, but taking their time.
Just given the fight, you know, MAG255's flirting with death every time he does go for a little jiggle. And he's found it. Onto Twist through the smoke. Very composed. Striking that perfect balance between not overextending into a Deagle headshot, but not playing too scared and giving too much space to just a pistol. He's played that perfect.
And it's looking to be flawless, isn't it? So this is...
Ini killnya Diledes nih,
J-Bowen hoping he could get a little something. He's going to continue to run down the clock, but with the 20-second mark, he needs to get that loss bonus. So we'll have to start searching out a fight. Has the bomb, so he can always force that.
Gila diledes nggak nih?
There are 3 players. You ain't getting that bomb down as much as you may dream. And we've got ourselves a very competitive scoreline all of a sudden. When do the nerves kick in?
So out of the 4 rounds played in this second half, they managed to get the opening kill on 3 of them. Obviously this one being the easiest. Actually the second round was the easiest. That was full blocks.
Menurut lo dengan roster barunya AE apakah tier 1 itu nyata? Bisa lah.
Never give up.
Bisa.
That is the mantra. In Counter-Strike, you really must show resilience. So easy to be put on tilt in this video game. Oh, I like this. They're setting Diladez up for an aggressive maneuver. Pressure on the ramp side. The ramp side, Frozen audible. He heard that flash. Anticipates an aggressive maneuver. Smokes arrive on yard.
Kirain PC gue meninggal, guys.
Lurk smoke towards Squeak. Another layer of this smoke wall, but
Boomage is going to block them once they get down secret, if they get down secret. They've taken warehouse control.
Okay. Jacob, susceptible to that smoke break, takes a little bit of damage from the HE. A little bit of damage onto the AWP and the bomb carrier. So MAG255 has managed to find a little bit of damage onto 2. This could be one hell of a HE if he times it right. There are 3 members of FaZe just behind that smoke. On the fade, he throws it in, and right on the money. Bleeding out, Jacob down to 32. Boom on that jump spot is going to be eventually thwarted. They're going to go for a boost. The AWP can catch him. He's a bit quick on the trigger.
30 seconds and they're still fishing towards secret. This call is going to be tough to make.
Hang on. Yeah, Twist's position could enable a pivot. But time's so sensitive and Diladez
skill 3 guys, bisa dibunuh itu Heaven-nya. Dari Heaven, si Twist.
Catch that perfect distraction frag. 17 seconds and down goes Diladez. Siren spotted. Boom's on site. They mess up the doors. He double used. Too easy. Slammed the door in his team's face, and that's going to be
jadi 98 gini, guys.
Yeah, the pressure starting to get to them in that one. Time running so low. It's not easy to be a team who is able to stay calm in those dying moments, and that is now a 1-round game. So BB team have brought themselves well and truly back into this. I'd expect a timeout to come through from NKJ once more, because, well, sure, this half it's 5 straight, but it's technically 8 straight. So they're running away with this. The momentum has swung in a big way. We were talking about the distribution of frags in that first half being a team effort for FaZe.
Gimana ini, guys?
Right now, I know that this is why I wish we had it in the old school days, like the 1.6 of the source.
Justru ini serunya nonton FaZe gitu ya.
Toggle valve, but that way I can see exactly how few frags have been coming through for FaZe in this second half. If I did a quick count, I'm going to say it's probably at 4 or 5.
Yeah, minimal for sure. I mean, when we swapped sides, everyone was between 10 and 14.
Hasn't moved much at all, has it? So just a lack of.
FaZe serunya di sini nggak sih ngeliatinnya?
That's been the story of both of these teams' T-halves in the early stages.
Can't have been 14, I'll tell you that much for free. 13 max on Jay Bowen. Let's get it in with the guns. HE providing the smoke wall. Twist going to be leading the pack. Might even boost the AWP up for a little bit of presence early towards the yard side. A boost for Diladez, continuing their plan of setting him up to succeed.
Ya mati cuma diledes tadi, guys. Kasihan ya.
So they're setting Twist up for a play. This is going to be interesting. Up against the AWP.
Wih, miss anjir.
Shot. You can't afford to be missing shots like that. Zorti gets jiggled out. Twist makes it across safely.
I don't think anyone else is going to try and cross. I think this is to force the rotation, and then they're going to play back towards Heaven, Hell, or into a top split with just the staunch setup right now that we're seeing.
Boost Red could catch Zorti here. Not an easy shot. Don't you dare repeat that.
Again, they've got room, but BB team are happy to give it over.
Here we go. Nice from Boomage. Scavenged AK-47 equals that fight. Takes down Twist. First blood drawn, feeling like 9-9.
Emang timnya aja berasa punya dosa. Emang timnya ya. Mau ganti roster gimana pun juga.
Beautiful headshot onto his rival AWP.
Still a player up Heaven.
Frustrated. 25 seconds. This is just perfect for MAG255. He just has to hang out. He can take the bomb carrier down. You have to find and force him out of heaven. Not a favorable duel by any stretch of the imagination. He peeks in, catches Jacob. Needed that. 13 seconds, but caught with his nade out. No, you don't stand a chance.
A flying siren. Okay, well, Jay Bowen.
Harus gimana kalau banyak dosa, guys?
They might try and kill you after time. This is nightmare fuel right here for Jay Bowen.
Jadi tiba-tiba 9-9.
All right, well, that does mean an AWP is brought through, which will be partially purchased behind now. You've got the max loss bonus, of course. There'll be some Tech 9s coming into play for FaZe in this one. And I'd like to call the next timeout if I was NKJ now, potentially, because Jay Bowen's not going to get an AWP in the next round.
Of course, yeah.
Unless,
$100
right? Unless they save it again. So
ngecok gini ya, guys.
he needs to find some impact now. This is a chance to make a dent. Otherwise, you're getting swept. Zorti going for a hut play.
Yeah, a similar moment in the half than we saw from Jay Bowen in the first. Frozen. Spotted and removed.
Taking some real liberties now, aren't they?
I love the proactivity there. And if you go hunting for him, you're going to be walking into Zorti's crosshair. So now what?
Well, looking for a bit of revenge, BB team, from that match a month ago back in China. And this result, much closer than last time round. A reminder, that was a best of 3. It was a 13-2 and a 13-6 on Cash and Ancient. Oh, okay. Well,
he was walking as well.
It might actually cost them here in a big way. In a big way. There's 2 players down towards B. Okay.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Boom
should be
and
fine.
Dilladez.
Should be fine.
You'd have to not lose control of the spray, which he hasn't. Perfect. Jacob's gone. Nature, you've got the bomb. Fakes it out, draws the doors. How's Jay Bowen supposed to help with this? He's got the best gun and he has managed to contribute. Catches Boom.
Dia nggak bisa nge-plan, anjay.
Door swings open. You're vulnerable to attack. No, headshot's been hit. Siren susceptible. 20 seconds. You need that bomb plant. Good beat from Dilladez. Oh, perfect shot from Twist. At range finds the headshot. Now Siren, 18 points of health. They are low. This is
ronde kalah malah menang, anjay. Emang FaZe begini ya?
Twist already hit one. Surely an easy clear, an easy pickup for Siren. Then perhaps the transfer. Clears his corners, and Twist has done it again. 2 long-range headshots on the Tech 9. 3
lagi,
in
guys.
the round. Big from Russell Van Dolken.
They pushed lobby. They had full control. That Zorti miss at the time doesn't feel like a big deal. Okay, you missed the shot, sure, but you've got the man advantage. They've got some ramp control, but it's because the rotation in, right? They were banking on Zorti getting a kill and slowing this down because look at this, the rotation point. That duel, I understand Twist does not have the best gun for that fight, but caught out of position, rotating
Giliran Dilladez bunuh 2 di rondenya kalah, guys. Dilladez emang nggak boleh ngebunuh, kata gua.
That's a gift. An incredible gift to FaZe. A bit of a remedy, a balm to what has been a rough half of Counter-Strike. Zorti tries his luck again. Jacob's already made it across the sideline. He will have the advantage on this peak. Yeah, Zorti did not anticipate already. 2 players making it across early trophy.
That could be where the game slips away. Your mental is in the mud right now if you're Zorti. You know, you had 2 impactful moments lined up and both have gone. Dilladez behind the smoke. It's about to fade.
How diligent are they on this smoke break? Spotted him close. Flashes catch him. MAG255 has vision and provides.
Good info though. 2 players ramp. Do FaZe immediately pivot or do they let Twist work? A lot of room towards Yard.
He's heard that.
Yeah, noisy. Yeah, let the man work.
Yeah, he's
round-winning play.
God, the fact he can just walk up that ladder. Or does he want to go rap into MAG255? This is a free frag. This is great awareness from MAG255 on this potential. Twist peeks in.
The
angle's perfect.
Didn't win.
Clears, looking the wrong way. Swings on in, important trade. 3 on 3 with 30 seconds, and just 1 rotated down already. Siren, or rather Boomich, needs help. Dilladez single door. Jay Bowen on the line. It's looking to get that plant disrupted. Primary objective here from BB team. Door swings open. You've got to find a safe spot to plant. Nate's hit Boom. That could enable a plant, but Dilladez takes the AWP out of the equation. You're in so much trouble. They can just run him down. Has to fake to isolate. Oh, they nearly lined up. That was very nearly a cheeky 1v2. You can see them shrugging it off. That could have gone awfully wrong.
Well, unable to get consecutive off the back of the Tech 9s are phase. We're tied up 10
Aduh,
apiece.
sisa satu
and this one,
HP anjing delay dash guys, yang menangin rondenya guys si delay dash guys. Tuh guys, kalian kalau killnya 0 mah cuek aja guys. Yang menangin ronde nanti gamenya menang lu, cok.
Tactical timeout from NK. So if you're Bebum, you know you're well and truly back in this. You've got 7k on Twist, you got 5 on Nature. He's already bought head armor, so a bit more than that. 3.5 on Jacob, 4.2 on Jay Bowen. They could drop the AWP. Doesn't look like they're going to facilitate that. This trade from Jacob was great as well. It's not enough. Boomage swings open the door, bomb loose, time running out. A very important frag there from Diladez, who's had a tough map. He's 7 kills deep now. And that one's extremely impactful. We've got a tech timeout here. Twist reporting audio plus mic issues. So we'll get that one sorted
technical pause gini guys.
For everybody playing at home. And we can take
pipis dulu kali ya, pipis dulu ya.
For my curiosity. What's going on
Respect streamer yo, biar seru gak sih?
Where are we? Aha, it was the Bait versus P-Vision game that was finishing up. Looks like Astralis and MIBR are starting to take to that secondary stream. So there'll be some time before we get that one underway. And it looks like the issue's solved already. So this one looks like it's going to go the distance. Jacob in with a MAC-10. Does that spell pace?
He has got the signature MAC-10 front spawn HE.
Yeah, he's naded open that door. Is he going out, though?
Going out hard. Looks like it is. This is an audacious charge. Siren drops back sight. MAC-10, good night. Siren not prepared. Good from Diladez, but not enough. And MAGNAJEZ holding on by just a scrap. One single point of health separating him from the other side.
Money's on the line here for BB team. Could all fall apart right here and now.
Safe plant. Can't really stop it.
I don't want to say it, but I think it has to be. The save needs to come through. You only have 1,400 as the loss coming into the next on this CT side. That's going to give Boomage enough money to buy an M4 or an MP9 of his own. You take a look at the residual cash for MAGNAJEZ with the 1,400. He's going to be able to drop an M4. And Zoya should be able to do the same. Simon and Diladez are in need.
And as a top side player, those are the worst
rounds
biar menang. Your, nuke experience.
Pipis lagi kah?
Fully blind. You did everything. You felt like you were in the right place. You had the right system in place, but that second flashbang, or the third, whichever, I wasn't counting.
They were playing heavy towards top as well, right?
Yeah.
They had 2 go up heaven and play towards the side. They also had a main player, so it wasn't that they weren't prepared for the possibility.
Banyak teori anjing lu Gus.
Takes that MAC-10, takes the space, and delivers them a very important opening kill to get phase's 11th round now.
And you'll see this flashbang. Look, so Siren was blind, and then the second one completely books him. There's no counterplay. Frozen's flashes have set them up to just breach that site. And what a frustrating round to be losing at this stage in the game.
Lagi, rush lagi.
And I think the game goes with it. I know we're in the dying stages, but it's only 1,900 lost for
lagi,
the team going into the next round. So if they lose this, they don't save anything, they're in the mud.
What's it gonna be? Jacob making moves early, just a head-to-head with MAGNAJEZ, but they're down the vents. It kept the main player distracted. They get 2 down the vents. They've just gone from a hot rush into a straight pacey.
Beneran ngeras lagi anjing.
Collapse. That's a good response. Felt like it was kind of given to Team BB there with the pace of that.
Yeah, I was on Jacob's POV. They're jumping off a main, and the main player not flashed, so maybe a missed timing or dodged, but either way, no more timeouts for NK to call, and this is where you turn to Twists, and you say, okay, well, you've had a ramp rush to go your space, didn't get you the round, that was early stages. You win a Tech 9 round where you're the hero.
Ya, dia flashnya telat gitu ya, dia bunuh dulu baru ke flash gitu guys.
Your first rifle round was a top rush. You haven't conditioned them, you haven't forced the rotations to be too straight.
Belum bayar internet kah?
As
Nature's just thrown a really nerdy heaven smoke.
Well, Frozen just went back to spawn to swap out some nades, so feeling, yeah, they didn't have a HE for the door break.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's the wobbles.
A very, very important round.
So they are going to try a top execute.
Wah, gimana ini guys? Face guys.
Yeah. Okay, I thought he'd lost the smoke in the polygons there.
You have Boomich already down B, and you have the AWP starting ramp, and you have MAG255 in main covering the outside cross. So Boomich is already down there. He, keep an eye on. This isn't forcing the rotations in the way that FaZe would have hoped.
MAG255 and Twist having a bit of a standoff here as that smoke wall fades. He's in such a good position for this.
32 detik anjay.
Perfect.
That's perfect from MAG255, and he knows he's alone. Dilladez on high alert, playing anti, no problem for one. Trade from Nateju. Need MAG255, needs Siren to provide, and Siren does. Jay Bowen finally brings him down, but now a 1 versus 2. Boom, and the AWP miss. Sort's gone. 13 seconds.
Oh my god!
Jay Bowen finding impact. It was 11-11, and he steals that 12.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, that's impact. How can you argue with that? 2 of the biggest rounds they've had out of 3 in this T side. It's been individual moments. Twist and Jay Bowen now.
Nonton FaZe kebelet berak anjing, tau gak sih? Ngeden mulu gua.
Tough T side for both teams, but we could be seeing a bit more of it. Just one more round for BB team, and we need overtime. Fierce, he's been a bit more frugal with his tactical timeout. Still has 1 left in the pocket now. He could take the final 2 in consecutive fashion now. We make it to overtime. Every OT we get into, you get 1 more.
2 ronde T-side-nya FaZe, dua-duanya hoki guys. Nggak hoki sih, Jebonya jago sih. Cuma AWP-nya musuhnya miss anjing.
Okay, no, I'm swinging now. And Jay Bowen, it's tough on the first, the second. Mandatory, and they let out a war cry with that one.
Oh my god.
MP9, the low end, the BB team.
Bayangin itu Broky guys.
No kids. You wouldn't. They will. Pacey into attack. They're overlooking it completely.
Behind him already.
Siren and Sorty go down. You're right. MAG255 has got the hunt. They're losing bodies left and right. Boomich is gone. There's the hunt. MAG255 finds it quick from the lobby side, and down he goes. It's all onto Dilladez. A big clutch. He had a rough game. If he can take them to overtime, it's all cleared, but Jacob denies. FaZe taking a regulation. Best of 1, ups, downs, everything up for debate. A 9-0 start from FaZe.
Asik.
Into every round of regulation.
Nice banget guys.
You thought, okay, this could be an open and shut case, but
yeah,
just a couple of rounds on that T side, you can work back into things.
Jago
find yourself sitting pretty.
Jago, sumpah.
Counter-Strike, but FaZe, they will take on Legacy for a spot in those playoffs.
Ente boom bet boom goblok. GG banget.
Great show here, but obviously from both teams. That being said, way closer than I think you probably would have cut right down the middle when we first started talking about
respect streamer, beneran respect streamer guys.
The Esports World Cup. Pimp, I just see you over there, almost flabbergasted, mouth wide open. Couple breaths.
Asik. Yeah,
Habis ini siapa guys?
I think we got a close game which we expected. It was just the fashion it became close in that I didn't expect.
Habis ini siapa guys?
Looking far superior in that first half, doing a really good job on that CT side. Completely shutting down BP team for the vast majority. Then they claim 3 rounds in a row, and you think to yourself, okay, 9-3 half, you win the pistol second half, you convert, all of a sudden you have a game.
MIBR
Astralis.
Then
we got a close game. We got a game that went back and forth, and a game that I think easily could have gone overtime. It's just the fashion it happened in, Peter. I expected it to be a much more back and forth game where there would
Navi
be
3D
a
Max.
bit more mistakes being made from both teams, but I think what I got was just 2 very clinical CT sides and 2 uninspiring T sides for both rosters.
Yeah, both teams really struggled on the T sides, and I think, you know, obviously the fact that they got up 9-0 and looked very stable, you know, I thought they were just going to run away with it. It seemed like they could just close it out, but once they turned their attention to the T side,
Navi atau Astralis guys?
I feel like they tried to close it out a little bit too fast. You know, I think they had a really fast ram call in the beginning of the T side. That didn't really work out. And then they slowly started to transition into trying to put more layers on top of the game and put Twist in some forward positions where they would then, you know, have a secondary attack somewhere. And then once they got that attention, he will then strike in and try and catch some of the rotations. And that's why I think they started to find some of their success, that, you know, they could start layering up a little bit more than always just try and stick together as a team.
Plus, there was Jason Bone. Of course.
Oh, yeah. Jason Bourne, almost. J-Bone.
Yeah, there's J-Bone, and then, you know, his sidekick and Jacob. So,
yep.
You know, these two
Navi.
guys were helping put them all
Navi
the way to
kapan
6-0
guys?
pretty fast. And then you get to
23.40.
9-0. I mean, there is a certain point where you're like, okay,
23.40.
are you in the server with us now?
Kita ngapain dulu ya?
Yeah, you got to give credit to J-Bone, who has shown once again, you know, some of that potential that we've seen when he was first being brought into FaZe Clan. I think a lot of people didn't necessarily expect too much from him, but I think he's had a couple of games where he's just completely taken over the server. And it's a joy to see an AWP player within FaZe Clan willing to go for... He was an explosive in-your-face AWPer. He was more like a defensive AWPer who then would explode when people came to him.
Ngapain dulu ya guys?
23.40
jir.
On his terms, and we saw how much of an impact he had in that first half. Big part of the reason why FaZe got off to a good start was because of J-Bone.
Yeah, it is very much that. Speaking of FaZe, there's this guy Twist. He's standing
Langsung aja sematch ya. Main Faceit gitu sematch.
I called Twist. I got him down on the stage. That was a roller coaster to watch, Twist. I can't imagine how it was to play. You're 9-0 up. What happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a similar story as we had in Bounty, where like we're playing really well. Like maybe on like a more individual level, we're getting the important kills. Sometimes we connect. And then like when it comes time to really like important connections, calling rotations and calling like information, I think that's where we crumble a bit and we don't provide the necessary information, and then yeah, we lose 3 rounds on the CD side to end the half, and that kind of, I guess, stunned our momentum onto the T side.
Sematch kah guys? Main kah? Sematch.
You had one yourself, J-Bone as well, penultimate round, getting that clutch. That was crucial for you guys to be staying in it. Walk me through that in the tail end of this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those times where, you know, we're trying to play a bit more of like a normal nuke, you know, do the right things, try to remove ramp control and secret control from them. But unfortunately, like, sometimes we lack initiative in the important moments, and if I have to take...
Tapi gue males guys, harus nge-restream gak sih kalau main Faceit dulu gue harus restream.
And yeah, I guess maybe some early game nerves. Like first game, we just came off of a boot camp. Maybe there's some hidden expectations, or people feel a certain way about the game. But yeah, I'm happy we close it out. Obviously, we have individuals here that can shine bright when it matters most, and it really came up clutch for us.
Yeah, 100%. Just touching upon some of your calls, particularly on that T side, it felt like a couple of those fast A rushes that ended up paying off, right? That's how you closed out the last round of the game. Can you tell me about that? Was that something that was kind of pre-planned? Was that a read that you made during the game? What was the logic there?
No, I mean, honestly, this was not in the game plan, but to be honest, I feel like our initial game plan was working. Like, we got secrets, we got warehouse control. Honestly, like, they also played good, they had good movement, but yeah, I mean, we're just not connecting when it matters most, lacking initiative in certain areas, but it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I feel like this is expected with the type of team that we have, so it's just something we have to keep working on.
I just want to take like a bit more of a bird's eye view just as my final question, because it goes without saying it was a disappointment for you personally, for FaZe as an org, to not make it to the Cologne Major, but does that kind of help your hunger, help your motivation coming into the second season, knowing what the goal is for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been in a situation before not making the major, and then 2-3 months later I become IGL. So I've been there before. I bring a lot of hunger and passion to the team. We also have a lot of young players who are hungry to achieve something in this game, to build their own legacy. And yeah, as much as I want to keep building my own, I want to help them build theirs. And we just got to keep pushing.
Maybe a bit of a nervy start here at EWC, but you said it, Twist. An entertaining start, nonetheless. That is FaZe 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, necessary footing for FaZe to start this tournament off right. Again, we started with best of ones today, so it really
Tungguin aja ya guys.
wiggle room for you to just come in here and FAFO. Now, is there debris?
No, definitely not. And I just really want to go back and touch on J-Bone. And I want to ask you the question, Jay, because from one Dane to another, has there been a Danish AWPer that has excited you more than this guy does since Device?
Yeah,
Could you pick one?
Yeah,
maybe Cadian at a certain point, right? But
I'll be honest with you, Cadian at times, I'd even say Acorn, you know, at times as well, but that's the issue, right? They showed it in small glimpses. They showed it maybe in a period of 2 weeks to 4 weeks, tops a month, and then it faded out, you know, and that's kind of what I want to see from a guy like J-Bone. We see glimpses of what he can do. We see him play exceptionally well. We see him be very aggressive on the server, finding a lot of impact, but one thing is doing it, you know, here and there, so to speak. Another one is being able to replicate those kind of performances and find consistency at a higher level. So it's good that he's early on showing that he can do it. Now the big task is to be able to replicate it, because I'm, you know, certain to say this. if FaZe wants to be a top team, let's say a top 10 team,
TikTok gua kenapa ya?
and actually making waves at the major, they need an all player who can make the difference, and J-Bone have shown at times he can do it.
And I'm just surprised neither of you mentioned Farlig. Honestly, I thought like maybe this would be the
about
day.
Lucky? You want to talk about Lucky?
There's so many.
There
but
are a couple out there, but you know, I guess we can subside that a little bit. Let's talk about some of these rounds. I want to jump into 19.
Yeah, funny round, you know, to some degree. We're looking at the BB team on a 9-round streak of winning stuff. You can see the buy coming in for FaZe Clan is not really that great. You know, a couple of Tech 9s in the mix. They lose the opening kill as well. Then a bit of a mistake right here from MAG255 on ramp. Not sure why he's fighting, giving up the space, giving up the positions, and all of a sudden FaZe Clan find themselves in a winning position where they can get the bomb down, they can trade out the kills, and you can see Navi right here doing God's work with a Tech 9, dealing a lot of damage, making sure FaZe Clan is finally winning around and breaking the momentum of BB team. At this point, it was unlosable. 5v4 for BB team. You're up against 3 Tech 9s and an AWPer. They rush out ramp. For some reason, MAG255 decides to give up the round, give up the space, and that's what FaZe needed to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's like he realized that he had given up ramp space, and that's just like a couple of seconds too late, and then he tried to sell the situation. Instead of he goes down and he gives up all the space, and I think it also, you know, kind of changed together what Twist was saying, that when in the important moments, you know, they were not supposed to win this round, right? Things just happen, and they're not really in a place right now where they can, you know, go out and just win the round because they make like the right decision. So they were kind of gifted this one, and they played it out really good. I think BB, they gave it a little bit too much of, you know, space once they got down, and they opened the door. I think it was Sorty opened it, trying to get like a couple of frags. It just seemed like, you know, they were trying too close at the situation when it was not needed.
There's always a smirk about this one. I know you guys can't see it at home, but there's always a smirk about this one down in the end. He's always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Maybe just perhaps it's round 23.
Yeah, speaking of gifts, you know, I think we have another one coming in here for FaZe Clan, to be completely honest. 11-11, just come off a round where they didn't get anything done. They go for an inner execute. Again, BB team in a winning position. For a moment, it was a 1v3. Then J-Bone finds himself in a 1v2. Look at the timer. We're talking 15 seconds. Sorted getting caught off guard. And then Boomage coming in for the duel, and J-Bone in clutching is out, right? We spoke about impact. Now, doing it with the AWP on the CT side, massively impactful. Part of the reason why they're off to such a great start. He's also the reason they end up winning the game. Without winning this 1v3 clutch or 1v2 clutch, whatever you want to label it as, there's no way FaZe is winning. So you're looking at 2 rounds in the span of the last 4, where they're basically getting gifted the game by BB team. As much as I want to say it, FaZe, they looked impressive in the first 9 rounds of the game. From that part and onwards, I think BB team were the better team, to be completely honest. They were in control, they were having more winning positions. Unfortunately for them, and good thing for FaZe Clan, they were celebrating Christmas a bit early and handing out gifts left, right, and center.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw Sorry on the bus, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think he's the one costing this round once more. You know, he goes out heaven fighting, you know, like the clock was running down. He could just have waited it out. He had his teammate waiting at T-Vent. He could just have waited.
See, here's the theory, right? If Peter, if you're on the T side and you have 14 seconds left and you're on the upper bomb side with the bomb, at some point you have to plant the bomb, right?
Usually,
sure. Yeah. That's how it works. That's how Counter-Strike works. Now, when you're planting the bomb trace, you can't really fight back, can you? You can't shoot back. You can't fight back. You're kind of labeled as a guy who's just, you know, entering a little code in the bomb, and you're kind of stagnated in that position for a couple of seconds, right? So it's unloosable. It's completely freaking unloosable with 13 seconds left. All they have to do is wait for him to pick up the bomb, try to plant, and if they want to play games, sure, one guy can go in and then he goes off the bomb, he kills that guy, and guess what? There's only 3 seconds left, so it's unwinnable for J-Bone. So yeah, it's unacceptable if you're BB team. You're throwing away what could be a very important best of 1 win to secure.
Map di CS yang terror site banget selain Anubis apa? Apa ya?
That's what I love the most about it. When you make stupid shit, you should be punished for it.
Yeah, it is.
Dastu lumayan, Dastu.
It is one of these situations where, you know, like details just matter, right? And Sorry, he's a relatively experienced player. He's played this game for a long time and in some big teams.
Dastu lumayan lah.
Still trying to break through
as
a player that we thought he would be, but still maybe holding himself a little back, maybe because of stuff like this.
What did you say? Is it if you fuck around, you find out or something like that?
Yeah, I think FAFO was the verbiage.
There we go.
Thank you so much for kind of highlighting that and illuminating exactly what that means. We needed that. No, I'd say that BB in the post plants probably didn't have a good time today. I mean, you go down, what, 9-0 pretty quick, and it really is a, hey, we got to stop hemorrhaging rounds. Like, guys, we're not even giving ourselves a shot in this best of 1. If we're going into the second half, we got nothing to work with. And this is kind of what happens there. So, unfortunately, for a team that we saw, you know, kind of ascend in Atlanta where they are now, not necessarily the ascension we saw them come to life, albeit a little too late. Where do you put them in the rest of their journey? for EWC. Jake, and I'm looking directly in your eyes.
Yeah, that's tough, you know.
I know.
Not a lot of people can do that, to be honest. It's a good question, Trace, because I don't know, to be completely honest. With this whole stand-in situation in and out, they haven't really looked impressive. Now 2 losses in a row against FaZe Clan. Good thing for them, they play best of 3. Good thing for them, I think they were the better team here. I think they played, you know, in their streak of rounds, they were more convincing than FaZe Clan to some degree, and they probably should have closed out this game. But as we spoke about, the individual side of FaZe Clan with Twist, the experience, Frozen, the experience, came out on top here. I'm worried on behalf of BB team. I don't think they're as exciting as they were a couple of months ago.
Akhir-akhir ini Infer juga sih lumayan.
The great question is like, why is that so? You know, it's because now they have the full lineup. Its expectations a little bit higher. Boomit said in his interview not too long ago back in China, said that like the goal for us now is just hitting playoffs consistently. We think we're good enough to do so, right? And you know, playing against FaZe that plays like this today, they were playing like the vast majority of the game. They did play it better, but they gifted away the game in the end, and they didn't keep the composure, which I think they did so well in Cologne. You know, they always clawed their way back. You can never really count them out. Like, it's the mental fortitude that I think BB once again have. You know, and it's in a case where the team just needs to stop throwing these things away, stop throwing it away. But at the same time, it's also just FaZe. They pull through, right? They still seem to be working in the right direction, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I was just counting up the number of times that our producer is going to have some words for you, buddy. You might be in big trouble. And Jacob, since I know you usually like to take the D first, let's go ahead and look at the bracket. I think if this one starts to take a shape around the 4 groups that we have, Jacob, surely you can tell me the shape of this D.
Yeah, it's my favorite letter in the alphabet, to be completely honest. We obviously haven't had too many games in this group so far, but there's some interesting ones coming up. Navi versus 3D Max, a Navi that hasn't played a game of Counter-Strike since the Major, versus a 3D Max who's off to a hot start in the second part of this season. I'm curious to see 9C versus Pain Gaming as well. If I'm not mistaken, that's the last game of the day here on the stream. Brazil versus Argentina, that could be interesting.
Yeah, and that's of course, that's for Group D. That's enough of Jacob with the D's today. Let's talk about where we go from here. I'm pretty sure it would be A technically, but maybe it'll go backwards to C. Perfect. You know why, Dupree?
Well, because we're going to be watching Vitality versus other teams. That's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's a game that I'm been looking very much forward to. A lot of my old teammates is in this game, you know, not only on the play.
Ngapain ya, guys?
Vitality, Mouse, you know,
Main segame bisa.
The job at the bounty, so I'm curious to see if they can continue down that trend.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait.
Main segame, aduh.
Against Legacy after beating BB just now. The Falcons having a match K27 earlier sets them up to play.
Ngantuk, main segame ngantuk. Ribet juga kayaknya, nggak boleh nggak sih? Harus restream kayaknya.
Teams who need the VIS. Legacy obviously in a pretty comfortable position, but they could be a team that could go straight into stage 3 of the Major, stage 2, whereas for FaZe Clan, they're fighting to qualify for the Major. Win against Legacy, that would pretty much cement that being in contention for it, so big game ahead of them.
And it's unfortunate because I really want to know what you guys thought about Astralis, but I guess we'll never know. So instead, we'll look at GG How and Gamer Legion having GG How having upset earlier. Spirit, you know, Spirit come in here is a heavy favorite across multiple boards. GG How were able to surprise them in a best of 1.
Team Spirit.
So, yeah, they're just one match from qualifying.
Team Spirit.
Sure they didn't see that coming.
Nope, that's a big game as well. Massive opportunity for GG How and Gamer Legion. Now, naturally, it sucks for everyone else that Spirit is in the lower bracket. Luminosity will be booking their flights home tomorrow, roughly after a couple
Hey, don't count everyone out.
Well, I will.
Something can still happen, right?
It's going to be tough. So it sucks for everyone else that Spirit decided not to show up in the best of 1 today, because it's going to be incredible tough to make it out of that lower bracket now.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, I think that just about does it for us putting a ribbon on this one. We've gone through the brackets. We've done everything that we can to try to make it a little bit more pretty around the edges for BB team and FaZe, but we do have to set the stage. We have to get ready for the next best of 1 here on what is the opening day of EWC 2026. Navi and 3D Max. They're getting set up like right over there behind us. I don't know if you can see that, but if you are in Paris, I invite you to come on down. Check it out. It's a pretty big
Bikin tiket gua angus tuh Cepirit. Hah? Oh, Cepirit. Cepirit.
Yeah, they make a move and
they're very loud.
Yeah, very loud.
Very loud.
All right, well, let's go to break then, and let's see if we can get them more quieter over there. So yeah, we'll be right back after.
Let's go.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Sebelas menit.
Out.
MIBR.
Action going down at the first day of Counter-Strike 2 at EWC, and the B stream has been no exception. So let me get you quickly up to speed with what has been going on over here. We began the day with Gamer Legion versus Luminosity. Now, in all honesty, that was a very quick affair. That ended 13-3 on Nuke, with Flammers having an absolute pop-off performance. Game number 2 was a little bit closer. That was Foot versus Tai Lu. We had some questions about how Foot would be performing without Laos in the mix, and Xfound did more than a serviceable job, ending up 13-10 in their favor. Now, game number 3, this is what got very exciting, because the Mongols, reigning EWC champions, returns to try and defend their trophy. Now, I know Mongols roster looking a little bit different, but 9-10, he was really feeling it today, and they managed to wrap up the scoreline 13-7. Game number 4, that was Legacy versus NIP, and Cash fans out there, you would maybe like to go back and rewatch this one, particularly if you're a Legacy fan. That was 13-5 in their favor, with newest edition Try looking very good in his yellow jersey. Now, I mentioned Cash, and that is exactly what is going down behind me. Game number 5, that is Bait versus Paravision, still raging on over on the B stream.
Lah, ini 2 menit lagi mulai guys yang ini. Menonton ini dulu kali ya.
Change the structure, the emphasis on maybe improving consistency for this team could do them some wonders, and we could see that good Ryu that we know exists a little more often.
Yeah, I mean, once you make players comfortable with, you know, your coaches and everyone else around you, it brings that drive back to what your former mentality was when it comes to this game. You know, you get a little more comfortable, everything kind of clicks into place, and, you know, you just tend to play better.
And I mean, hey, if there was ever an event for a guy named Ryu to do well at, it'd be the one where we've also got the FGC present.
Hey,
a little Hadouken down banana.
Dude, I mean, it's possible. And also, I mean, we can only speculate because we don't know the full truth, but...
No, you have to declare things confidently.
I'm going to declare it confidently right now. The mental on Astralis from the previous season wasn't the best what was showcased outwardly, you know, and that can be very impactful for a player that is switching into a different team coming in. The mentality just isn't exactly perfect for the time being. So hopefully with the upper management changes and with player talent changes, that can be a very, very driving force for Rio to return to form.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. It's time for you gentlemen to speak confidently. It's time for us to hop into the server, and it's time for me to jump off this stage.
And it's time for Inferno. You said some very mean things about it, but I love this map. I think it's always a classic to watch.
Inferno.
I do think exciting map will be underway. Both thinking Astralis can take it, but only time can tell as they are starting on that T side. And look to want to storm up smoking top mid. That will block out any view from what exactly they're planning to do. Stare close to that half wall. Utility going to miss him. Should have heard both players, however, tries to peek into the dual brothers of Insani, but the flash catches them off guard and a bit of a reset for both teams.
Good burst of utility, but nothing really coming of it. The nades, the flashes, all just comes down to a stalemate still. 4, 5 players packed up in Banana with maybe one kind of lurking around. As they start progressing their way up, LNZ holding firm with a flash in hand, waiting for any form of contact, but they're going to call it off. They're going to cancel it, as it does seem like Astralis maybe switch it up.
A classic push and pull of Inferno. You need presence from everyone, everywhere, all at once. But as the round starts to dwindle past the halfway point, bracket is what wants to be controlled by Astralis. No one holding there aggressively for the CT side, so it will be free property to take a hold. Smoke goes over into Moto. You have to imagine the hit will be coming in. Ryu, a nice headshot, opens up the site just a little bit, but still 2 more CTs to try to contest with Venom's Arrow next to fall, and QZ soon to do the same. 2v4 as a retake can be thought about, but a very difficult sell to try to make MIBR feel confident about going for it.
Loncat-loncat ya.
I mean, the man of the hour that you pretty much declared, I feel like, right?
The GOAT.
Yeah, the GOAT, the one, the only Insani. Left in this position with LNZ kind of spread apart a little bit. They're going to poke and prod, but nothing really going to be coming of it. We'll just, never mind. A little bit of a out-of-place player there as LNZ. And now I think this kind of, they might speed up a little bit if they have a chance, but time ticking away. But it is going to all come down to a nice T-side pistol round, but not for a lack of trying.
Yeah, taking away the armor of the T's there, doing as much damage as you can. Ultimately, you know the round is going to be lost, but whatever damage you can get, bountiful, plentiful, it is important. Now Astralis get to have a bit of money farming time. Really nice headshot to open up for Ryu as well. Concise push onto the site, very confident play out from Astralis, I think is what's most important, and we'll put it over the finish line, even if Insani and LNZ were able to clean up a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, good spacing on that take as well, and we do see Astralis forcing back into this. MAC-10s and Galil's 3 MAC-10s to be exact here. Good utility. IVR, they're firing right back with, I would say, pretty much an equal buy. Except Venom Zero on the 5.7 might actually give him an advantage in this scenario.
You never know what that gun can do.
Eh?
Again, Astralis want to focus towards A. And that is the right read for the situation. Only one player, only one SMG to try to contest with. Remember the good old days of the Astralis stack? Remember that was a brand new thing?
Yeah, 5 guys stacking in one position. And then everybody did it the same day with one of their pugs. Whether they liked to or not. You just had to. It was the trend. I mean, still like the Astralis stack, honestly.
Yeah, every once in a while. But a bit of a fake setup towards B. Just to try to keep the presence focused there. I mean, it will work. They're dedicated to his stack. Astralis reading this round beautifully. 35 seconds left. Now, the real take of the A bomb site and commence. An MP9 in brackets, the only thing between Astralis and a bomb site. As that body hits the ground, it is the bomb site they will take.
Obviously, the round prior
Nice
going
banget
the
ya.
way of Astralis is going to leave MI Los to put themselves in a nice little 4-man save position. Give it a go on the next round, but for now, Astralis starting it off with a pretty confident 2-0. And they're going to go right into a free round after this, leaving 5 players alive for them. Definitely gives them that bolster in the economy where they can feel a little more confident and maybe throwing a little extra at them.
Yeah, it's a save for MIBR, so you know what weaponry you're going to be working with for the most part. They can assume that a force buy was in play because they got an MP9 kill over on the other site. Maybe they could sense out that a stack on the B bomb site is where the CTs are saving at. I don't know how aggressive they want to go and try to throw anything into it. Doesn't seem aggressive enough as Stare recollects with his team at the bottom of Banana, and as the bomb explodes, everyone that is alive will stay alive.
Well, now maybe they can filter over that 5.7 from Venom Zera or the Brazen. Oh, now he just buys one himself. So, still a nice little buy for MIBOLOS. But before this one really starts going a little sideways for them, to make sure to at least find some success.
Delayed utility towards Banana. LNZ biding his time. Aiden towards logs will not do any damage onto anyone. And Sani boosted up with that FAMAS. Can make quick work of Fozy. Opening kill. Favor of MIBR. Very important. You want to try to make everything out of these weapons that were saved in the previous. Collect as much money as you still possibly can early in the game on the CT side. As we know, economic struggles are quite common.
What an angle on that FAMAS.
Thought it was a Viewmodel first time. I got scared.
Thought it was for a second too. But instead it's just Insanity boosted up here and might be granted a little bit an angle on the headshot, but no. Sorry, gonna push forward. Galil Toe fires off some shots, and that's Insanity out of this round. Back to a 4-on-4. Full execute swinging in here. It's just gonna be LNZ. The MP9 posted up towards first Banana. He gets one, but he's done. And it's a 3-on-3 retake.
Stare gives his life up to make sure the bomb site is in the firm hands of Astralis, although Venom Zera still wants to try to do some damage before that bomb gets planted. 5-7 spraying in through default. Bomb is moved, so we got a little close on a Hooksy there towards the end of it. The bomb planted, not too much of a worry. You have to assume the save's going to come in, especially for that FAMAS. And Venom Zera will be left to try to collect whatever he possibly can, whatever scraps are thrown to the Wolves. Kill on the Hooksy could be nice here. But he falls back too far before Hooksy even swings out to try to escape. 3 rounds on the board for Astralis in quite a confident manner.
Yeah.
Isn't it insane you could live in that spot now?
I was just going to ask that.
It's like, that's insane.
It doesn't quite make sense. But, you know, CS just does CS things sometimes. But firm handshakes and fist bumps there onto the T side as Astralis confidently taking these first 3 opening rounds. MIBR not really having much to say about it. A few picks here, a few kills, but overall, it is Astralis kind of in more than just the driver's seat there, in full control.
And the op-out for Fozy, and QZ also finding his. The op head-to-head, as we mentioned, will be important for this matchup. A very nice grenade down Banana, but it doesn't stop Fozy from trying to get aggressive.
Aduh,
Another one brings LNZ down so low. Forced to completely give up Banana. A Molotov will delay Astralis for a moment, but not for long enough. Still gonna have a nice foothold in the B extremity. Now they can focus elsewhere. Try to get some pressure in towards the bracket, towards the A-bomb site, keep the CTs on their toes.
IBR dedicating a lot of manpower to this A site, and I think they may have read this one right. Little arch smoke, flash in towards lane. Astralis slowly but surely creep their way up mid. Leaving just one single player on that B. Venom Zera should probably rotate fairly soon once this smoke clears. 50 seconds on the clock. Astralis going to start speeding things up. Molly out towards that big pit area, forcing one into the open. It's kind of a little bait. See a player tucked in there towards that truck.
LNZ close range. That FAMAS could be very deadly if it's not cleared. But it will be by Ryu. Through Moto, not able to land any shots. NQZ on the back of the bomb site. Yop able to ring out. That's 2 nice kills. And now up versus up. Fozy's no match.
Oi, oi, oi.
MIBR stab back very swiftly.
See the reaction out of LNZ. He's happy with that round, that is for sure. Dying for the greater good of the round. And
Lah 7 menit lagi ya guys, Navi guys.
NQZ to clean things up, and he sure does. It's a great setup there from MIBR. You know, a little bit of a gamble, but it paid off.
Timeout being taken for Danish side as we speak. Neo, the new coach, getting to talk a little bit to his team. Try to figure out exactly how this T side wants to flow in motion.
What do you think the win condition here is for MIBR? Is it NQZ carrying? And Zani maybe carrying? We're just having a good CT side half start with that op.
I think a win condition can be allowing the firepower difference to kind of show. Not saying that Astralis necessarily has poor firepower on their team, but as I mentioned, I think a lot of MIBR's strength comes down to individual plays. LNZ being added to the team obviously does make a tactical level that wasn't necessarily present previously. But I do think, I mean, Insani and NQZ, I'll say it till my face turns blue, those are the 2 key pieces for this team.
Well, this round should help prove that. As Astralis to bring out the rifles. No op! Been a little kicking around. This is it, MIBR need to strike back or things turn into complete chaos for them. Playing a little bit slow with still a minute 20 on the clock. Astralis don't really have much map control, but probably par for the plan as the utility is starting to just chip away on both sides. NQZ smoked off the angle over towards arches, and again, Astralis favoring that mid position, but not dedicating all the force there just yet. Still lurking around towards that banana position, feeling things out, trying to maybe find a gap in this armor.
Bomb headed towards the B-bomb site. Molotov stops them in their tracks for the time being. Double setup towards CT. One player boosted. Could have caught Astralis off guard if they decided to go towards that direction. But instead, back to old reliable A-bomb site. Once again, utility indicates the hit will be coming through. Powerful position from the apartments. And NQZ narrowly misses. Ryu pushing through the smoke. The timing could be perfect, but instead it's Venom Zera. Able to at least find 1-2 traded back to the side of Astralis.
Sia-sia dia guys ada di A guys kalau kayak gini mah.
MIBR.
Enggak juga sih, enggak juga sih, enggak juga sih.
NQZ ripping a head off can make it just a little bit easier. Staring Yabby. Doubled up in the back part of the bomb site complex. Navi tucks in pit.
Oh.
Will get the better, taken him in by LNZ and NQZ. Of course, the player to end it off. 2K for him does allow MBR to continue on their trend upwards.
I feel like if NQZ is going to have the impact, it's got to be on the CT side, where that op can really have its full potential. Like you said, D side Inferno op, yeah, you know, you can kind of do without it. And I mean, your opper's in his prime right now at 6-1. Got to keep that momentum going for him so it doesn't fall to the wayside once his side flips. Keep it going for him. Keep that confidence flowing. Keep the rounds going too.
4 menit lagi Navi, guys.
Keep the rounds going when the enemy team is on a bunch of pistols.
Sure is.
Which is exactly what we see for Astralis. Just a couple of deagles, mostly Glocks left to work with. Stare could have had a chance to get a very important opening kill, but instead NQZ gets the easier shot with the scoped rifle. I should have plenty good idea that the money has fallen out of favor for Astralis.
Attack atau defend map? Kayaknya lebih ke attack deh sekarang mah.
Yeah, finding
Sekarang
a pick
lebih
there
ke
on
attack
Venom
sih.
Zera over towards library side. Shot across the entirety of A site as
Lebih ke T, lebih ke T.
nails another one.
Oh, T ngadepin random cerewet toxic gimana, Bang?
Don't want to re-aggress, doesn't want to overcommit because he knows he's got players probably coming up in towards that lane position. Ryu taking some nade damage. M4 eventually to finish off. USB pulled out from NQZ, but he does fall to the Glock.
Gini, guys.
Op recovered. And it's a
OOT ngadepin random cerewet toxic.
In a 1-on-3 is the best weapon you could wish for.
Pertama dia toxic itu aja udah. Pertama dia toxic hanya dengan bermain game dengan rank dia yang rendah aja udah nggak jelas kan, Bang. Even lu yang salah gitu. Even emang lu salah terus dia toxic gitu. Kayak udah nggak sih? Yang penting lu tahu lu salah gitu. Malah sering kali kan orang toksik kan lu salah nggak salah dia toksik aja gitu ya. Lebih dibiarin aja lagi kan. Lebih fokus ke diri sendiri aja. Even dia toksik karena lu salah gitu. Lu bego gitu. Ya udah. Ya udah fokusnya ke salah lu aja gitu. Nggak usah kayak dibiarin aja dia mau sebacot apapun, dia mau secerewet apapun, toksik apapun, ya lu biarin aja gitu. Dan biasanya orang-orang toksik kan lu nggak salah pun dia juga udah toksik duluan ya, udah bacot duluan, kayak ya, biarin aja guys.
I hate to say this again, but I agree with you.
I'm just an agreeable guy. What can I say?
True, you are, Donnie. You sure are. Early utility dump towards Banana once more, as is the common trend. Venom Zera takes a peek down towards mid, finds nobody. Looking at general direction anyways, but now a little bit of an about face from Astralis once more as they favor and lean heavily into that A site towards top mid and apartments.
Out. They're able to avoid having to land directly on his head. Has to fall back. Plenty of utility has been used towards Banana for the CT side. Molly at least prevents any aggressive peeking. At least for a moment. Fozy had the angle lined up, wasn't able to pull the trigger, however. A nice angle. Puts MIBR up
Lu di EWC siapa mas tim yang lu dukung? Falcons.
Don't really have much to work with. LNZ blows the smoke just to bait out a few shots. There's position known. Charles not being graceful about the fact that these three players have to try to go for this take. No options left for them. There lies in pit, a player lies.
Udah 11:40 nih guys.
Site 1-for-1. Venom Zera has a chance to completely quell the fire that Astralis try to put onto the bomb site. One is good, and it's Sonic gets the second, which is even better.
It has just been a flood of rounds here for the CT side. MIBR getting themselves into their first lead here in this best of one. You know, it's NQZ is not disappointing currently. 9-2, really kind of holding up the team on a pedestal at this point. And I don't think he's going to slow down anytime soon, at least.
Favorite part about MIBR is how loud and emotional they are. You can tell the emotional investment is in there. I think that's a common trend with South American teams. You know, there's just so much passion within the game and within their team, within their teammates. It is really good to see. It's genuinely the love of the game, you know?
100% have to agree with you. I mean, I rarely have heard an MIBR roster ever quiet. And I don't expect this one to be either. Another slow and steady round. Smoke towards it as Insani goes for the check, but he might get run down by a Tech-9, finds himself a quick 2. It's LZN with the support roll swinging. M4 spraying himself 1, and it is going to be a 4-on-2. Two-man advantage for MIBR, but the bomb still in tow for Shaws.
Very good positioning from LNZ to be able to get the trade kills there. Again, it is just pistols for Astralis, so par of the course. What we expect. Any more damage that is done could be nice, though. The economy is starting to build for the CT side. It's not out of control by any means quite yet, but quite a pretty purse on NQZ and Insani. So in a world where could at least find one more, maybe even get onto the bomb site. 20 seconds left. Molotov's going to block the push for the time being. NQZ far ranged, playing in dark with the op. Misses the first shot, but LNZ surely is baiting perfectly for this spot. Finds the bomb planer through the smoke, and Yabi makes the noise, dropping down in front of the CT. LNZ trying to get a knife kill. It's the most serious look I've seen on someone's face ever while they're trying to get a knife kill. Yabi allowed to live. MIBR continue to push on forward. I will say, you know, during the interview,
time out. Dah, kita pindah ya guys.
Quite the shift speaking in
Udah time out.
For team comms.
1,5 menit.
The other head-to-heads in more recent history have been at EPLs, but as far as the new complexion of 3D Max is concerned, this is the first time we will see these 10 players locking horns in this complexion.
And as far as, you know, how you categorize, you know, if you were to describe the style of play, 3D Max, I feel like I can do that one. You know, it's that proactive CT side. It's very kind of live and die by that sword. For Navi, are they categorized as the team with the strongest fundamentals? Is the word default going to come out of your mouth? How do you categorize and describe Navi to, say, a newer viewer?
I think in terms of, let's go with theory. Ooh. They're a team that does a lot of theory, right? Okay. They play Blade system, right? Alexi is essentially calling Blade system, and he's a bit of a taskmaster over there. I see Glaive in the building, I see Device in the building. I tell you what, we've got things coming up next. The young faces, the old faces. I got off the Navi topic there, but I just turned around, I saw Glaive. I went, oh, okay, well, they're looking for someone to sit.
I'm excited for that best of one.
They should go to the player lounge. It's a good player lounge.
Is a good
I don't know if they've been there yet, but we'll see them coming up shortly. But yeah, Navi, right, this is a system-based team, right? This is default for sure. But when I say theory, we're talking about the decision tree. Okay, this utility was thrown. We make this choice, or this choice. Now, in terms of that system, it's going to be tough when you have a team who likes to be aggressive, right? Think about Maka in the past when we talk about this man on Inferno with the AWP. Likes to be in holes and boiler, but not the setup with a teammate. He'll be there on his own, right? Likes to do a little bit of things out of the box. So we'll see if they can find some momentum to kick things off today. CT side start on Inferno.
We're going to be swapping those cams over in just a moment. Let's get this started. Start for Navi. Maka up close with the Julies.
No guys, kita mulai dari nol ya guys.
Wait, I'm so confused. Hold on a second. That's not Maka, guys. And that's not Alexi B either.
Wait, it's Mikazi at half wall. Flash over. Maka. Jewel Berettas takes the first. Can't get any more done. Wants to stay staunch on the fight. Wonderful will trade. Mikazi up and through. He goes down, but Gravity immediately takes the half wall position and those Jewel Berettas.
One can go both ways. 2 on A. Masuta versus Imet. Nice headshot, does well on the Glock at range. He's even put one into Kersey. He's in so much trouble getting run on down and into his toes on the jump. Imet finds it. There's Lucky back through the Moto smoke, trying to isolate onto Alexi B. It is a one-on-one that Alexi will prevail. An important round-defining frag from Alexi facilitates the plant. Gravity, this later rival, 1 kill so far, needs another 2. And Alexi B, his first challenge, playing the time, rotting the clock, and enables a double up. Wonderful will fight with him, and Navi will start as they mean to go on.
Okay, so a little bit of a kerfuffle there in Banana, but Immer bows them out. And he was the man that was under an awful lot of scrutiny in this off-season. right? This was the man that I think people were looking for. Okay, let's get Frozen, let's get Emma out, let's make this change. Now, for people at home, they just go, which player do I think is good and might fit these roles? They don't consider buyouts and everything that goes with it. So Navi, it's the same team we saw last season taking to the server, but I don't think they'll be happy with the season, right? It's not. the major is the exam. We've had Blades before, and not making the playoffs does leave a mark, and so does that nade. So Lucky brought down to half HP.
Berapa ini guys?
4-man B lean. Just Maka over towards A. So right now, your Navi, your job is to go through the motions to take map control. They have Halls and Boiler. They have at least the first half of Banana under their remit.
I like that nerdy smoke. You don't see that all too often. It was thrown out by the longside player Maka.
You would like the enemy to see that, though, because if they see the trajectory of that, they might assume that they're blocking and that they're stacking the other side. So he's going to lob out another, but there's nobody to see where this is being thrown from.
It's not selling anything.
But they are returning to B. There's 50 seconds left, so still plenty of time to change. They might just set up an execute, send in Makazi here with this MAC-10 for info, and at the same time, over towards A, there's the opportunity for Bit to take some space. Otherwise, they're going into this stack, full steam ahead.
Okay, let's see if it is just going to be the Makazi and MAC-10 scouting party.
Moninya cuma satu guys.
Full commitment. Maybe you want to back away. The water's a bit warm, lads. Kazi's deagle headshot onto Makaze, but there's commitment. 25 seconds. This can go wrong for Navi. Immer onto Lucky. There's Bit. Two more at the back of the site. Running at them with Glocks and an easy one for Gravity. Finding Alexi. Gravity hiding out on the reload, and the smoke goes for a USP. And just Maka, this rotation through. The bomb scooped up just in time.
Oh.
Wonderful, get it down. But my goodness, by the skin of Navi's teeth, they survive that walking the stack.
So that's one where Blade just sitting and watching that from behind a coaching perspective is extremely stressful. But you see, they didn't rush the plant. They made sure they cleared out the side. They understood what they're up against. And Maka's still looking to make a little bit more of a dent in the finances. So
Serem juga itu guys.
Base of Banana looking to do some damage. See if he can take away another Galil. Wonderful. Don't want to overstep the mark to give Maka a chance to get back into things, but they have secured the round. And this will be the 2-0 start for Navi as, okay, they'll exit through CT. So Maka not going to get too much for his troubles.
I always like to see a second round force with a plan. And there certainly was one there.
I think that from a calling perspective, you're going to think you got away with one if you're Alexi. Oh, I called us into the stack. Thanks, boys, for staying gun on. But you're not going to feel like you're outmaneuvering them. Actually, that feels kind of good if you're 3D Max. You took the gamble, it paid off, and they walked into your stack. You just couldn't hit the necessary shots. That's fortunate from him there. That is a very impactful kill in the scheme of things. It does alleviate pressure. So 2 impactful rounds for Immer and a smile on the Romanian's face. Boost up for Maka top Banana.
Wih.
And a horrible combo of util. Has Gravity dead, Maka next, even a nearly onto a Lucky.
Kita lihat abis ini guys.
It's 13 points of health, nothing really to talk about for 3D Max's chances in this one. Just going to putt it in. They're not taking any chances, even throwing that bomb across.
Weh, buffering gitu.
Lucky for the exit. Oh, yeah, not the weapon you want to be going into a head-to-head duel with. The MAC-10 quick to adjust in the air. One more bullet would have been nice. Masuta unable to provide.
All right, well, the focus going into this first rifle round is going to be Maka. Right, he's going to bring out that AWP. We'll get to see how he wants to ply it.
Straight to apps for round one.
Well, this is it. Is the game plan going to be to fight for banana control? Right, this is where we get to see what 3D Max have opted to bring in today against Navi. They don't have a kit, so if the bomb does go down, it's already Inferno, so that will reinforce the save idea unless it's full chaos, and Maka will be starting over towards A alongside of Masuta. It's Gravity, Lucky, and Kersey looking for the banana control. Nade right into Boiler does extensive early damage. So as they're trying to stall you out on your default, you get a nade for your troubles.
Gravity. Oh, that's brutal. A little bit of a sound cue, all Makaze needs, and he gets bowled over.
And they're just going to explode into A. 3 out apps, 2 up mid.
You better be strong, Masuta. Already down to 43. Partners up with Maka on the short side. Now the pressure from both fronts. So uncomfortable. He's got pressure on two. Still finds a follow-up onto Makaze. Dips away from the apartment's pressure, and now we've got a retake.
Well, they will give this one a go. The fact that they have them boxed in, they should give this retake a look. Sure, there's no kit, but they've responded to this very quickly.
Crossfire on site. Wonderful and Imma working on that, and they've got that loose piece of bit, able to enable no worries about the balcony. Kazi pathing forward now, trying to break that site crossfire with Lucky.
Bisa menang loh ini, makanya hidup tapi agak
Able to lend a
bingung
hand as
juga
well
sih.
from the balc. Time ticking, lads. Are we going or are we not? Backing away, uninterested in the 10-second defuse.
Okay, a bit of fishing going on right there, seeing if anybody oversteps the mark. You take a look at the util left over.
Yellow makanya nggak meninggal, guys.
In a position right now to re-smoke Moto, that'll guarantee it. But he was just staying as a bit of a nuisance over towards apartments, and that's going to be 4-0. Makaze man on the screen here.
Lol.
He's going to be very happy with a freebie and banana there onto Gravity.
Tagged by the wallbang in the last frame. See this from Makaze. He hears that burn, and he just scuttles it forward right into the pocket of Gravity. I was impressed by the way Maka handled that wrap. He confirmed they're dropping out at the same time. He spots someone pushing middle. Managed to provide the double and get away with that AWP. See if he can do something with it into our 5th round of play.
All time Nico lah ya. Sekarang Kyosuke bang.
Imma's flashing.
That's a big nade. 100 damage inflicted onto Makaze and Wonderful.
They've really burnt these smokes. There's 2 left. And we've still got 1:20 left on the clock, so at least they've got what they were hoping for. This control. All right, it's Lucky's opportunity this time through the smoke. Thank you very much.
Very lucky, guys.
Just a well-timed burst. Brackets control. Apps set up for the M&M. Maka and Basuta. Clear from Imma. This is such an off angle. It feels like Masuta should have this every day of the week. Kersey up next. Lining up for him, but the AKs will win out.
Still, with that damage, you think it should be good 40 seconds.
It really does hinge on if Makaze can get anything done on this fight. He's just going to be holding the space as his boys head CT, and oh my god, wait, but the bomb's middle. Don't lose the bomb. Lucky down, and he knows there was another near there. Here it is. Overreaction!
Oh, what the
and
fuck?
Bad tracking. Makaze punching desk. Ugly.
Alexi should just get bowled over here.
Jiggle bait. Ooh, goes for the wide swing up close, and see you later. Maka dunks on him, and 3D Max are on the board.
Yeah, I can understand the frustrations from Makaze. Up until that moment, it felt like they weren't in the round. If he gets that kill, it's like, okay, back in a big way. These cheeky kills that have been happening through the smokes.
Tadi gue denger ada ciahnya, gila, gue cuma ngomong satu kalimat, satu kata loh, Gus, lu dari 3,5 jam gue nge-stream, perhatiin aja ya lu.
How else can you frame it? Or that was lucky.
That was lucky. Yeah.
His alter ego. Unlucky.
That's his evil twin brother.
An opportunity to settle into the environment for Navi. They will have no issues in the buy for this one. It's the next round, so Blade trying to get ahead of that. You've got Imma and Bit both with 3.7. The loss bonus 1,900. We'll have more conversations about that as required.
Chug.
Lucky with a Famus. EK for Masuda, M4s for the other two, and Maka on that AWP. Full sets of nades, kits in play. The round ready to get back underway.
Oke, aman guys, berarti sengit guys. Berarti ada perlawanan ya.
Again. Smoke spot on Banana, heads over to assist with the control. Maka and Masuda.
The T and CT smokes landed almost next to each other. And here comes that test. Easy stand over his ground. Gravity, in combination with Lucky and that HE, has completely silenced this B duo. Alexi and Makaze trying to take some top banana control, and they're left with nothing.
Blade took the timeout for that. And now you're in a 3v5 with a whole lot of time on the clock. So, not backing down at 3D Max, continuing to trundle forward even with a two-man advantage. Kersey's rotated back in time. He's got the arch wrap covered. Maka and Masuda to deal with short and apps. And it could just be a very long save. Unless they want to knock on the door of banana here.
Is there a good flash for a position like Gravity's?
If they were T-step, well...
nope, just a hard clear. Oh, the crouch nearly worked out. It was under the crosshair for a minute. Didn't find that bullet, and bit trading eventually. That's just going to lead to a rotation. You can see Kersey quick to scarper over to ensure Lucky's not alone.
But I'm still...
Hang on, head to head with the orbs here. Woof. Looks like Masuta and Maka both took damage from that.
But they identify in this situation it's likely to save because you're seeing the AWP at T-stairs with 30 seconds left. So if Imma had stayed alive, that's why I was saying, because it was Wonderful, Imma, and Bit, right?
Yes.
So Wonderful could have kept the AWP. The other two are in positions to drop AKs and still buy utility into next, and it could have been a full buy. But I like the fact that they still gave it a look in. Right? I think one of the things with Navi is sometimes it feels like it's a little bit too by the book. The whole point of the structure and all the theory is to give you a foundation, but your players still have to play.
But I mean, what you're talking about is wanting to see a little bit more, you know, of the fishing style.
Sure.
You know, where you're kind of, you're not full committing, you're not necessarily all in on the commitment.
Ada yang teriak sampai gue bisa dengar, guys.
Open as opposed to it like this is binary. It's either we fight or we don't.
A little bit of a reaction there from the crowd. It makes sense. We got a French team on stage. When we move into next week, we move into the big arena. Well, not the big arena. The one before the big arena. But it's 7,000 or 8,000 people. We can see it from where we're sitting right now. Rocket League's over there.
Yeah, by most people's standards, I think that's pretty big.
Okay, so they still make it work for the most part. So Tech9, the only omission. And I think it makes sense to gift them banana. That's fine. We don't need to get spammed through anymore. We'll take Halls and Boiler first. That'll be a combination of Alexi, Imma, Bit to work on that in this round. A very passive setup as well. I want to draw attention to the radar for people. Nobody close short, nobody in apartments. They are very passive on A.
And they've just been smoked on the arch side. Kersey's response, a HE grenade that finds very little.
But the stack is in the right place. Not for the first time.
Gila 4A, guys. Udah langsung.
But last time it was just a 4-spy. This time it's everything they desire.
It's just Gravity on this jump spot. Cannot afford to get caught out by Makaze on his eventual fight. Safe jump spots. Molly's enough info for him, he'll back away.
And no rotation. So keeping it 4 strong at B for now. You need a little bit more than that, says Gravity, if you want to draw a rotation on his watch. So the net has been set up top middle. And you got Wonderful, Imma, and Bit. Draw that line in the sand. The rotation comes back to join them. You've got Kersey in sight, Lucky towards Toolbox, Masuda in pit, and Mac along with the AWP.
20 detik.
That's a perfect nade from Masuta is ringing, but Makaze head hunting.
Aduh.
Maka down, nice shot from Alexi's Tech9. Kersey stubborn, as is Lucky. Ooh, a quick one on the AWP from Wonderful, breaks through.
And look at the time. There was 7 seconds left as the bomb starts to get punched in there. If a kill goes the other way and a little bit more cumbersome there on the trading, the time could have been the enemy. So Navi with a buzzer beater. Gravity will back off.
Nice banget Navi dapat 5 di T-side aja udah oke banget ya sih.
In the cash department.
Impactful kills from Makaze and Wonderful. Even, I mean, actually, to be fair, Alexi somehow getting real output out of the Tech9.
It's 2 points of timing there. So one, the nade comes out, does good damage, but then as he swings back out with gun in hand, he just gets deleted, so not on the angle. And then you see Maka trying to get into sight, but they've already breached up short. So 2 players caught by timings, and that's the undoing for 3D Max. 5-2. And another buy will follow. So is there a change-up at a 3D Max? They played that one very passive, right? And we've seen them in other rounds have Maka with Masuda forward in halls with some setups to at least inform them with a little bit of information.
JL sekarang di mana? JL free agent, Bang.
Nate comes in, swings out, and fortunately for him, they were on the line. That's Makaze's 3rd opening kill, the only man providing opening kills for Navi so far.
JL Navi bench. Udah free agent dia.
Oh, that nade break was to set up for an opening, unable to provide it. Lucky again on the smoke spam. It's not going to find as much success. Immer wasn't ready for the double up. Suter provides the trade. Oh, they were blind. Makaze still gets it with the white screen. A swing from Lucky that does not bear fruit. Advantage Navi and just one man to defend A. Suter versus the world. Navi's sixth unless he finds a crazy multi.
It's a bad smoke.
Okay. And that's a good shot.
Ooh. That is round. Just for theory there on what is going through Emma's mind. So the AWP has rattled off on the break. The player that they killed first was Masuta, I believe. Yep. And those, if they're starting 3B, those are the two players you expect on A. So he's overlooked the potential for Kersey because he's assumed they've gone for another 3-man banana start.
Right.
But he's died, the information's there, they've won out on banana, and either way they've just been able to
6 okay lah, 6 guys.
Navi up to 6.
No, but that nameplate Counter-Strike, it's very easy to overlook as a viewer where some of these decisions come from players. And, you know, they get caught with a knife out, and it's very easy to sit there at home with your popcorn and go, what are these idiots doing? But there's logic often, most of the time, behind these getting caught out moments.
For sure, right? Obviously, you've got your expectations and, well, you do your homework. There's also little details that we are going to miss when we're watching in this way, right? Because there's so many sound cues that are going on. Players can pick it up. There was a moment earlier in the tournament that I was watching back in the hotel when it was Mini from GG How going to pick B, and he was scoped in early, so the short player couldn't hear him. But then he gets to kitchen, he unscopes. Zontic's always close short. Here's the double scope. Magic stops jump spotting, right? And there's these little details that are happening all the time that it's so hard to pick up because you're focusing on different skirmishes all across the map and everything is always moving. So it's devil's in the details as far as Counter-Strike's concerned. But we do get a tactical timeout. This is the second. There you go. See, that's why it looks a little bit silly. Second of the map. But first from 3D Max. But Emma has had some very impactful moments. I know he only has 4 kills, and that sounds a little bit crazy, but the pistol, he had some nice kills. And then against the Force in round number 2, he gets that spam kill through the smoke, and I think that was necessary to alleviate some pressure. Makazi's openers have been handy, and that one for Immer, he now joins the board. And they also looked a little bit more free, right? Just, oh, well, let's just take that fight, right? So I identify...
Lord Apex kapan? Jam 1 bang, Lord Apex. Jam 1 pagi.
Shots. So we are ready to get this one back underway. Do they want to try the same pick? Now, this is great conditioning. So this all came back to that round they finished A, right? They went for the halls and boiler control first. Now they're essentially forcing 3D Max to start in a stance that's heavy towards A. And now they're even forcing 3D Max to play in boiler, in halls, mid crossfire, because they don't want them to get the space. They don't want to they want to win the duels, top, middle, and halls, and that be the rounds. They don't want to play out the mid round.
Contact gini, guys.
They could be providing an opening here. Up against Gravity on that first box. Ooh, nearly 4 HP on Gravity. He does deny.
But there was no smoke from CT. Nobody picked coffins. Nobody jiggled CT. That's information in itself.
True, I see you. He's alone. And if he peeks, he is a dead man. Alexi's got the molly. He can just flush him out. His teammates provide it. There's Macaron to pit elsewhere. Catches the mid player.
They should be able to get the bomb down and set up the post plant. There's another smoke forward CT as well.
Wonderful's got banana. This is not easy to get past the AWPer. And he misses the shot between the wickets of 2. Spotted the info though. Knows there's multiple bodies. Elevation still enables the flick up. Wonderful needs another. Gets it onto the Tech 9. And that is round. Immer wraps it up. Puts a bow on it. Navi find a 7th.
It looked like it could have been cleaner there. That miss from Wonderful, but he makes up for it in a big way. And then Immer puts
boleh.
Sends them back in 7-2.
How has he got 2 there with Wonderful? After missing that first, I'm convinced he's overrun. You see the boost.
Sandbags.
You're supposed to be a dead man. He does very well to rectify.
And this here, I think Gravity, in fact, he gets that kill. You're thinking, okay. Sets them up quite nicely, but Immer pivoting, the swing's coming through, not connecting our 3D Max. The AWP starting towards B this time round, so we'll see if Maka wants to try and press the issue.
Audible to Maka. Set up for that exact fight. Catches Makaze on the jiggle, playing that close AWP. Now committed is Alexi. He's playing a very dangerous game, and he has to win that one. Gravity manufactures an extension of their advantage. There's a little bit of something on A.
It needs to find a gap or a frag. It looks like they're going to try and slip the gap long side.
He just replenished the smoke on Abs. And there's attention drawn. Kursi unable to find lethality. He needed that one. Now, pressure's onto Masuta. He's getting wrapped upon. Bit and Ime coinciding, clearing the site. A back turn enables Masuta. A 4-on-2 that should be all said and done until that bomb goes down. And now Bit and Wonderful making a 2-on-2. It's falling through their fingers. 3D Max had a golden opportunity, a 2-man advantage, and it's just disintegrated. Wonderful knows where you're at, anticipating that jump across, trying to buy time for Lucky.
It's ready for Abs or short.
And it is Abs. Ooh, bell rung. Bit playing it safe. Could be dead to the swing of Lucky, and is just onto Wonderful. Last seen sight. Clutch for him. Denied by a quick heady. That's a nice shot out of Lucky. 3D Max find themselves a third.
And they were under a lot of time pressure there as well. You see this 10-second defuse coming through. So without the kit, those kills had to come in quite rapidly. So well done. I thought Bit would have had him dead to rights, but steps up, cops the dink, under pressure, and Lucky. Very good job from him.
What a relief as well. If you're the A holders there, you do feel like you've just let it go.
Yeah, I have some problems with the way that Kursi approached that. When you have an advantage like we saw, you want to play setups where you can get information and then rejig a crossfire with your teammates.
Right.
But he was so committed that he either kills them all or he's dead. So it did make things a little bit more difficult. He is the most green player in the server right now.
Okay, Lucky has got a laser beam on his M4. 7 frags deep. Top of the scoreboard alongside Maka.
Ini mereka works nih guys, ngambil B guys.
They're already
tadi kalah mulu
This is
guys.
going to happen very quickly.
Yeah, I think quicker than they're ready for. I say that, actually. Info on 2. 1 pit, 1 site. Masuta drops a smoke, safe from the flame. Hard to force him out now, but the HE does break the smoke, expose the defense. Down goes Maka and Masuta, and an 8th round as easy as that.
Okay. Well, as soon as they saw it was Alexi, they immediately knew, they're coming. This is not just one player searching. We are in a bit of hot water. And getting caught on that break, right? The smoke. Plume's open and just deleted there. So this will be 8-3.
It's a really nice response. I was thinking it's going to be hard to flush him out. He's got a smoke to play around. You can't molly him, but you can nade the smoke. Genius. Rock, paper, scissors.
Lizard Spock. The slightly more
layers to
exposed format. We've got Vitality versus 100 Thieves coming up next. Simultaneously, we'll have Wildcard versus Furia. And then we're going to have
AE kapan main? AE hari ini sama kemarin kayak udah main deh.
And tomorrow we get into the best of 3s. Tomorrow we start eliminating teams. We start crushing keys.
Tim favorit esport luar lu Falcon bang.
And that's that one for 3D Max. You can see it's center stage for these teams. You even get to put the opponents, if you win the trophy, you get to put your favorite 3 keys into the trophy itself.
It could be any of the teams, any of the other 31.
You just choose them.
Yeah, you don't even have to have beaten them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's like, I don't like these guys. They can live in my trophy.
Just more fuel for the drama.
All right, well, 4 in a pistol is workable, 9-3, and I think this one will be quick.
Okay, we got action on Banana. HE looks like it's destined for damage. Gravity lucky to be alive after Lexi B's combo.
Both teams have had some moments through smokes.
Gravity gotten away from that, thankfully.
Bisa lah ini dapat 4 guys.
Didn't really win out banana control, so they don't have brackets info, they don't have banana info, and that does spell a bit of a problem.
Here it comes, you know, Maka and Kursi.
Well, they're playing for a fight. Kursi forward.
Flash mid, you had your knives out, didn't go for the full swing, understandably.
This feels like an invitation to these boiler players, though.
Didn't make an impact sound. His position not noted.
So I like the heads-up play to take back this brackets control because they would have been in a world of hurt information-wise. But you still have this problem with the low HP of gravity on bit.
Bullshit.
A nice one from Wonderful.
Well, the info is Wonderful is in Chicken Pit. So do with that as you will. Now it's Masuda and Maka on 8 to defend against 5.
And you've only got an M4 and a FAMAS. Has to be one hell of a crossfire here. Mikaze on the warpath. Good angle from Maka and Masuda in combination. Now the wrap! Can't transfer, it's Alexi's pressure that they overwhelms them. Masuda on the side gets overwhelmed. No time for the plant! There's no time! And you can see the face on him, and that is an awkward way for the half to end. 3D Max given a gift.
That's when the CTs do have the necessary resistance with the low time, right? We had one earlier where they
Kenapa dia nggak plan aja ya?
this time round.
Kenapa dikejar ya musuhnya ya?
The problem, and with 30 seconds, they're probably chomping at the bit to get this thing back underway. So 3D Max, you get the pistol. Maybe we can start having a conversation of a map on our hands.
Gosh, that was, yeah, just the two of them. Maka and Masuda versus the entire Navi squad, but enough output to get it by virtue of the clock. If you're Navi, if you're Ime in particular, you're going to feel a little bit silly.
If you reflect on that first half of play, opening kills actually fell in favor of 3D Max. So Navi had some good trade work, but also had some good moments. Like I highlighted Ime with that 2-piece feed on the A side when they had lost the exchange in Banana. So they definitely weren't winning out in terms of those opening duels, Navi, but they did have some good individual output in patches.
This is great.
Yeah, 9. It's just that the clock is racing away.
And Masuda, just by hiding out behind that box, being just hard enough to kill. All right.
This is real fast.
We've got pace, ladies and gentlemen. Bit playing around that smoke, confirms they're not coming his way, but through the backstab is held. Important from Maka. Ime hasn't found the headshots necessary. Does chip one in.
One bullet.
No bullets. He's a dead man. Gravity and Kazi partner up, overrun. There is definitely pace in this one. Running into Alexi's USP for one. Round over, surely. Wonderful trying to get back into things.
I think 3D Max is showing, hey, you don't actually have to plant the bomb to win the round. So going for a different way to secure that objective, but now doing it by the book. Bit of extra cash there as well as, oh, that sound cue may have been noted. I think hold on to the Julies, the Kev, and the smoke, right? That don't throw this away for what? A kill? Like it's
now
feel worth it.
This is Pro CS, so I'm sure there's more to it than group up rush A first timing.
No,
or was that was the call?
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine, right? Because I think if you look at FaZe's T side of Nuke, you could maybe say a couple of similarities are happening there.